Is everyone ready to start at 5:30?
We're ready, Spencer.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
Start.
All right, the time now is 5:30. I'd like to call to order the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting. May we have a roll call, please, Michelle?
Yes. Brian Anderson,
Here.
Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Joanne Winfield.
Present.
All members are present with Spencer appearing virtually.
Thank you, Michelle. The next item for us to do is approval of the agenda. May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. The agenda is approved. The next item is approval of the minutes. May we have a motion to approve the minutes for the March 7th, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Next item we have is item 2A, which is our financial reports for February 2023.
Good evening. I'm trying to get that up on the screen for us to walk through.
Before you get started, I just would like to welcome Mr. Chady to his first business finance report. Again, I noticed of course, he came with us about a few weeks ago, but again, with the schedule around board reports, this is his first, so let's make sure we give him a lot of pressure. But the same thing, I want to make sure I put that motion in the air that this is your first time, and I want to say thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in Beloit. It's not quite been 3 weeks. It feels like home. I'm glad to be here. So look forward to a long run serving the school district of Beloit, our students, our staff, and our community. So a lot to do a lot to get through on the agenda this evening, so I'll try to work through some of this fairly quickly. February 23's financial statements before us for some consideration. Mr. Duff left me some talking points, so I'll kind of talk about that. Keep in mind I wasn't here in February 23, so don't ask lots of hard questions that I won't be able to answer quite yet. So starting off with the board summary report, I want to comment on this in particular because it provides a great portrayal of the monthly revenues and expenses in February. If you look at the column there, you'll see revenues of just over 2.6 million and expenses of almost 7.3 million. So, you know, we operated at kind of a deficit of $4.6 million in the month of February. And it's really important to point that out. And I bring that up because that's what we have that fund balance that's there for, is to help us carry through these months where our expenditures far exceed our revenues. So we tap into our fund balance so that we can maintain our monthly commitments, pay our staff, pay our vendors. About 4, sometimes 5 months of the year, our revenues actually exceed expenditures, but that usually doesn't happen until like halfway through the school year. In January is when we have one of those first months. So just a comment on that. We'll rush through and talk a little bit about our monthly revenues with no grants. Let's see if I can make that go away. There we go. Make that go away. Monthly revenues, operating funds, no grants. Really, if you look over to the far right column, we're looking at the change in increase or decrease between the 22-23 fiscal year here towards the middle of the page, 21-22 fiscal year immediately to its right. You really look at, you know, those areas that have significant change. Most notably here is the revenue from state sources. You see almost $660,000 increase. The real driver of that was that we had over $717,000 in special education aid received in the month of February, recorded as the state source. So of course, if we take that 717 out of the 657, we would actually be trailing a little bit from the prior year, but just to kind of point that out. The differences here in the revenues for state sources, here in the current fiscal year, just over $860,000 as compared to last year's fiscal year to date activity, just over 1.1 million. So we're down about $254,000 there. Mr. Duff noted that that's due to a one-time governor's back to school aid receipt. And then February federal revenue for the year includes almost $60,000 in Medicaid funds. So just to try to explain some of those variances. Any questions before I jump over to the expenditure side? Hearing none, seeing none, we'll continue onward. When we're looking at the expenses, fiscal year to date expenses in February, approaching 42 million here in the current year. Looking at last year, it was over 45.5 million, so almost $4 million favorable to our side. Looking up at a number of the things, again, looking at the major variances, we see the significant $3 million variance in purchase services. And there's a notation that Mr. Duff has made. It's also reflected on the screen that due to accounting transactions made in February, essentially using some ESSER 3 dollars to cover cleaning supplies and other expenses. And then a note below that, that the fiscal year to date activity by 3 million really reflects ESSER 3 coverage of expenses. So trying to use some of those ESSER 3. I know there's lots of questioning about ESSER grants and how the district is utilizing those funds. People have been looking at ESSER 3 and saying, well, you're not doing anything with it. It's just sitting there. And to some extent, that's accurate. And that's done intentionally because the Department of Public Instruction has instructed school districts to use our CARES Act funding, our ESSER 1 grant first and foremost, get that spent out, which the district did last year, then fully consume our ESSER 2 grant funding, which expires here at the end of September of this current calendar year. And once that is done, then start to consume and utilize your ESSER 3 dollars, which extends until September of '24. So it's a logistical process using those dollars that are going to expire first so that you don't lose any of them, and then you get into the subsequent grants. So more on all of that to come next month. Looking at the grant side of the house, when we look at revenues and expenses. So grants you can kind of think of as almost an in and out. Our revenues should equal our expenses, but when we actually look at these values, you're going to see that it doesn't quite do so yet, and I'll explain why that is here in just a little bit. Our revenues from state sources, $162,000 surplus. That includes receipts for our AODA grant, Career Tech Ed incentive grants. In February, we also received about a $930,000 state AGR fund payment. So that all is transpired there, captured there. And our revenue from federal sources includes Title I, IDEA, CLC, ESSER, GEARS grants, et cetera. And then we received over $435,000 of Title I funds claimed in February. I want to point out this value right here in our fiscal year to date for 2022. At the end of February, our revenues with these grants, just over almost 4.7 million. Just kind of plant that in the back of your mind, if you would, $4.7 million in revenues. Because next we'll take a look at our expenses. And before I get into any of the details, we'll come back to that February year-to-date activity. We had $4.7 million in revenues. We've got almost $9.5 million in expenses. So the key component about grants is that they never give you the money up front. Say, spend it how you want to, and just tell us about it later. That never happens that way. Grants are always a, here's the money, or here's our commitment to you as a school district. You can spend the money for this purpose. However, it has to be spent on allowable and permissible costs. So there's restrictions as to how we can utilize the money. And not only that, once we spend it, then we have to submit a reimbursement claim for the DPI, wait for them to approve it, and then finally get our money back. So if you're looking at that difference between 4.7 and 9.4 and saying, well, aren't grants an in and out? Shouldn't our revenues equal our expenses? They will on June 30th, but never before then. So just some highlights about the expenditure side for grants. Again, looking over at the right side, you see purchase services, almost $3.3 million increase. And again, we talked about this earlier, that a large portion of our cleaning and other expenses were being charged to the ESSER 3 grant in the month of February. So that kind of helps explain that. Are there any questions about the finances before we move on?
Yeah, I got one question for you. And
I'll try.
And first of all, welcome. It'll be an easy question for you here. Looking at the no grants document, the funds 10 and 27, just because it's the bulk of the dollars. This is the one I pay attention most to, because it kind of gives me an idea of where are we at year to date compared to last year, and timing's a thing.
Right.
A lot of your comments have centered around, like here's the timing in February. So when you look at date, 1 month in particular, it's really hard, and you have to explain all these things that just happen to drop in February.
Yeah.
But as we're through February, which is now we're, a majority of the way through our fiscal year, so just on that one, I'd like to get kind of your opinion on, the broad question of how are we doing year to date?
Yeah.
Compared to budget, not just in this category, but I guess, to budget, and we started with a deficit budget. We're through February. What's your thought on where we might land?
Okay, so I'll give you my less than 3 weeks on the job look at things. Great question, by the way. So when we look at our revenues, even before I get into that, so yes, we are, February, 7 months into the fiscal year that runs July 1st through June 30th. So we're 7 months into the fiscal year. So you would think that we would be about 50% or more with our revenues and our expenses. However, you got to keep in mind that the vast majority of our expenditures for a school district are staffing costs, right? And while we have staffing expenses in the month of July and August, not nearly the staffing expenses that we have during the school year. So you see a marked increase in staffing or all expenses, September really through June. And you also have to keep in mind that I believe, some of the staff can correct me, July and August payments, our current contract payments for some teaching staff in particular, likely trail into July and August before they're released. But yet they hit the books in June. So anyway, coming back, looking at the revenues, 35.19% this year compared to just under 35% last year. It tells me we're pretty much on track with the norm on the revenue side. Revenues typically isn't the problem though, right? It's the expenses. Yeah, so let's take a look at expense. Again, looking at it on a year-to-date basis, February of 23, 41.5% compared to over 44.6% for 21-22. That seems to indicate a favorable position for us this year. Great question as to, where are we at? What's the comfort level? And unfortunately, Mr. Anderson, currently I'm not sure that I can adequately answer that question to you. Mr. Duff and I had 1 day of overlap, my first day here before he was on vacation, and he and I will connect later this week and kind of map out the going forward, so.
No, and I understand that and appreciate it. Just, I guess, going forward, you can expect that kind of a, gut check from me, right? I just want to, I want you to stand up and say, hey, here's what I think. It doesn't have to necessarily be line by line.
Right.
But, and not in September and October because we don't know a whole lot yet.
Yep.
Especially as we get closer to the end of the year, we're going to hit our budget season. Those are some of the things that I'd like to see where we're at now versus looking backwards.
Right.
After we've already done our budget for the
Yeah,
next year. So.
some sort of projection as to, where we might be, a dashboard. Yeah, I totally in agreement with
And
you.
it doesn't have to be that formal, But as you're working with these numbers every day, and we're getting closer to the end of the year, the fiscal year anyway, again, just a comment from you will work just fine.
Yeah, can do.
I can say, based off of the reports that we have done since December, of course, a little bit in December, a little bit more in January, here in February, I do believe that the information that Mr. Chady is sharing is that we are favorable from where we were last year as it pertains to money saved. And so, not do believe, I know we are in a favorable position at the current time. Now, naturally, there's still more expenditures to come with the reconfiguration and all that kind of thing. So we're in this, I like to call it not a seesaw moment, but once we are able to kind of get through the reconfiguration, look at the different opportunities that we have to kind of look at from layoffs or whatnot, that also show different parts of savings in our conversation, which we can't get around in a good way. And sometimes one could argue that this is just kind of where we are right now. It will show some form of savings moving forward in the conversation.
Very good. I don't know if it's up to
Is
me.
there any other questions?
Yeah. Done.
Okay. Thank you. So there's a recommended action to move to recommend approval of the February 2023 monthly financial statements to the Board of Education. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And I just want to say, great job on your first time doing the report to the board. I know you had we're not going to throw any hard questions at you right away.
Those will come in time and welcomed.
So our next item is item 3A, which is our, that's another action item, which is going to be Food Service Management Company, RFP.
All right. So I don't know if we have to state our name, but Samuel Carnes, principal at Todd Elementary. Appreciate having an opportunity again to kind of share a little bit on our RFP process. RFP, for those that don't know, stands for Request for Proposal. Before I get started, I'm going to spend a lot of our time on the timeline of how that RFP process and the bid process worked. But before I do that, I wanted to take a quick minute just to thank the committee, which we do have some in attendance tonight. So appreciation to them for all their dedication and commitment to the time put into that, which you will see kind of through the timeline that we go through, as well as some of our students and families who joined us for the taste testing portion of that at the night spot at Beloit Memorial. So I don't know if you all have the handout, but on the screen you will notice we started the bid, opened up to the public on January 12th, which was a Thursday. Following that, 2 weeks later, exactly to the point, we had all of those interested in participating in the bid come out and tour a few of our facilities. We were very specific. We chose an elementary, an intermediate, and our high school. So that way, all of the potential people wanting to do business with the school district of Beloit would be able to access and see what we had equipment-wise and materials in terms of putting their bid together to come to the district in their initial proposal. So then on February 14th, we actually came here to Colac at around 2 o'clock. We did have a few of the vendors present, 3 specifically out of 6 that were here to see us publicly open up each bid, go through it, make sure it had all the components. And then we put that to the side for the committee that we formed, which was a compilation of principals, administrative assistants, nurses, educators, directors, community partners. And again, we tried to be super intentional by having representation from all levels, just because our food service covers all levels of the school district of Beloit. So then on February 20th through the 24th, we took the 6 people who submitted bids. We decided to be really strategic on that. And each day we spent a couple hours going through 2 proposals at a time. So again, starting on Monday with 2 proposals, then Tuesday, I shared this last time, we also had a snow day on there, so no breaks on snow days, so we still participated virtually to go over that. And then on the 4th day, we took all of the compilation of our information that we collected through the proposals, where we dissected, went through each one of those, where again, you will have access to the rubric on the very last page of the presentation. And then we kind of scored who are the top 3. Those top 3 We invited back for February 28th to do a taste testing. Again, I shared at the last committee meeting on this. We invited families from 2 of our elementaries, which is 2 out of the 6 elementaries, and I'll go to the next page, yeah, please, thank you.
Yep.
2 elementaries there, as I was stating, out of the 6 elementaries that we have, BLA and Beloit Memorial High School, as well as 2 of our 4 intermediate campuses, and then obviously our parents, they accompanied their students and participated as well in the taste testing that we did at the night spot. We allowed each vendor that was there for that night to to prepare their food in different parts of different kitchens, so that way they never crossed paths or was able to see what the other was doing, just so that we could kind of have a non-biased decision process through going through that process. So again, I won't spend a lot of time. These are some of the pictures that we wanted to capture for y'all, since y'all weren't able to join us for this night of taste testing, which we were all very full from by the end of the night. But you'll notice some of the high school kids. And what we did was we had a little smaller rubric that went out to each of all of the participants, students, families, community partners, et cetera, staff members, coaches. We probably had well over 40 to 50 in attendance that night with just different people from different parts of the community, schools, et cetera. And we collected their comments. And so again, you will see some of their comments, but that was the format that we followed for each one of the 3 vendors, just being consistent with each one through the process. One of the highlights that I want to make sure that we mention, and I kind of covered this when I talked about Miss Rosa and Miss Barbara Ann, who are 2 of my lunch ladies, and I shared the story with my 3rd grader who was there that night, very worried about what's going to happen to them. I love these lunch ladies. They serve me my food every day. And so you'll see kind of highlighted, maybe harder to see on your handout, but the existing employees will receive a $250 sign-on bonus. So all of those employees will be retained, so they're not losing jobs or anything of that. And then we have kind of the top 3 people that would have been in the previous predecessor of Aramark at this point. They would have an opportunity to apply for some of the same positions that are lateral or maybe possibly promotion within their current job setting. So again, this was Whitson. This was a company based out of New York, kind of family, small business owned. A lot of good just comments and feedback that kind of came from that. So again, I'm not going to go through all of those, but if you guys want to read some of those comments, these students were very honest with their opinions, didn't hold anything back, which is kind of what you want. You want, the truth that comes from them. They are the consumers. And so we also wanted to take time to really thank Aramark for the quarter of a century in terms of years of service that they provided. We appreciate all that they've done and contributed to the district. And this is the rubric, in case you were wondering what it was, but just to be definitive in what we're saying, the recommendation that we had brought forth to the committee last time was Chartwell's. They ranked they were the #1 pick that we chose as a committee, as well as our taste testers and all of those people who participated, which was part of one of the rubrics here that you'll see on here. And then financials, I know 3 weeks in the job, but I know that Mark kind of helped explain some of the revenue that I think was a question last time in regards to that, in terms of the dollar amounts at the bottom.
Yeah, so the Chartwell's bid proposal really provides what the district determines to be the greatest revenue or return opportunity to the district. Chartwell's received 95 points. The next closest bidder was Whitson at 85 points. So the recommendation from the committee was to go with Chartwell's moving forward.
Correct. And the one thing I did want to add on that, just to be consistent with our presentation, we had shared that this is kind of a 5-year proposal, but each year there is a review process that takes place. And so what we learned from this, it was very powerful to have our kids and community members a part of the taste testing, because they are the true testament to tell you, you're either having these things or you're not having these things. We know that because we're the ones who consume it every day. And again, we want to continue to be intentional through that process, because I had also shared about one of my students who was a 2nd grader who has never, ever eaten the school lunch food. And so those are the types of consumers that we want to figure out, why are you not eating from us? And her mom did reassure me that she would start eating the meals once we started prepping with the taste testing that we did. So I just want to make sure that we highlight on doing that each year. We plan to hold that same process. And it's kind of a little bit of accountability. So they would get 4 renewals, which would create it to be the 5-year contract. So I think that was a question that kind of came up in the last one when we presented on this. Do you guys have any questions for us? I think I tried to cover all the questions that I recall from last time. Yes.
Yeah, just a quick one. So first, thank you for putting that work together in the committee. I think that's awesome that I think we get the right people looking at it. So that's pretty cool. I'm shocked that you don't want to go through that every year and push it out every 5 years.
With
but
the taste testing.
The
part,
taste
maybe.
testing, yes.
Okay.
The taste testing we're going to do every year because that, like we said, that was kind of really powerful. And our kids, they actually really enjoyed that, so as well as our families. So it's a great way to engage with them.
Awesome. What kind of flexibility is there? You know, we're going to have a conversation tonight and ongoing on reconfiguration. So how does that fit into us signing a contract for our food service?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's really going to have much of an impact. You know, the school board will discuss reconfiguration. We're still serving the same number of students. The question is, what school will those students be in? It's been done before. You know, those schools have serviced more students in years past, so kitchen operations should be able to accommodate, staffing we should be able to accommodate. It really should have little impact on the revenues and expenses, the budgetary aspect of the program, because if the student's eating in one school, they're probably going to be eating in another school again. Dawn, you have anything you want to add?
The staffing too, I know, is going to increase a little bit.
Well, I
Yeah.
think because it's a meal rate, they bill us on how many meals that we've consumed. So it doesn't really matter where it's going to be. I mean, if anything, it's going to probably be a little bit of a cost savings. So,
Because if there's cost savings, like you talked about your lunch ladies, you want to make sure. I mean, if we have one less building, there's probably less lunch ladies, right? And so, but those are not district employees necessarily, right?
Correct.
Those would be Chartwell employees. So, you know, that's the hard part with you put a bid out now, but we don't really know all the inputs.
Right.
but I think also that there'll be more students at the elementary schools, so they'll need, instead of having 3 associates there, they'll probably need to have 4.
Okay.
So I kind of did look at that when we did the RFP, to make sure that we were conservative, so that we weren't over budgeting either.
Perfect. Great.
I
Thank
think
you.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
I think one of the key statements that you just made was when we think about how this bid was also put together, it's also based off of meals. And so, you know, kids want to eat good food, maybe, and internationally this it could cost, right? And we kind of want that in essence as well. But I also know from a budgetary conversation, as Mrs. Smith just mentioned, with more students going back to the elementary schools and our numbers kind of increasing there may be a need for additional staff there. And so there is a balancing act. And I hate to repeat the same thought, but for me, that helped me look at the RFP as there's going to be some balancing along the way. Naturally, there's a bid, there's an agreement. But if we come in under that, naturally, there's a conversation around that as well. I don't know if Chartwell is going to be like, oh, you saved $200,000. But in the same token, if it is, there's a conversation that we can have.
Great.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Appreciate your leadership.
All right, so is there any other questions at this time? All right. Hearing nothing, the recommended action is to move to approve Chartwell's as the district's food service management company beginning July 1st, 2023. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Do you have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, the next item we have is item 3B, which is the RICO Print Services renewal.
And if the committee doesn't mind, I would like to suggest that perhaps we table that and go on to the next two items, just looking at the time. The RICO needs board action, but there's nothing pressing on that, so that can wait a month. Whereas the next two items, the Jewel Labs vaping lawsuit and the facility condition report, I think I'd devote that time and attention there this evening.
If the committee members are okay with it, we can vote to table it.
I'll make a motion to table it until our next meeting.
Point of order, could we make tabled into postponed?
Postpone.
I agree with that amendment to my motion.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion to postpone the RICO print services renewal. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we'll postpone item 3B. We'll go on to item 3C, which is the vaping lawsuit settlement proposal for the Jewel Labs.
Yeah, thank you for the committee's consideration of that request to postpone. A couple of weeks ago, I was contacted by attorney Lori Lubinsky from Axley Attorneys. Lori is the state representative. She's representing local school districts throughout the state of Wisconsin that are involved in the vaping lawsuit. For board members, just a little bit of back history. It looked to me like the school district of Beloit engaged with attorney Lubinsky back in the January 22, shortly thereafter timeframe, to pursue this opportunity. She reached out to me, and I think she made attempts to reach out to the school district in that period of time when there was just vacancy in the business office. But we finally made some connections. There is a settlement proposal in this nationwide lawsuit against one defendant, and that defendant is Jewel Labs. There are other defendants that we will continue to be a party of in this lawsuit, so there might be other settlement opportunities forthcoming to the district. But Jewel Labs has reached agreement with the national law firm and the claim to provide a settlement offer. That offer is before school districts. We need to have a response back to Attorney Lubinsky by Friday, the 7th of April. So it needs action here this evening by yourself and then again at the full board table if that's possible. The settlement offer for the school district of Beloit would provide a gross offer of just under $106,000. That's our portion of the national settlement that Jewel Labs is offering. Please keep in mind that that $106,000, or just shy of that, will be netted by attorney's fees and court costs. Attorney's fees will range in that 25 to 30% range. So, we're probably looking at around $70,000 coming to the school district. And that payment will be made over the next 4 school years. The first payment, which would represent about 54.05% of the award, would come to the district within 45 days of the court approval of the settlement. That'll occur sometime, maybe yet this summer. The court it's actually filed in a court in California, so we're kind of waiting for that process to work through. And then for the next 4 Decembers, December of 23 through December of 26, the district would receive about 11 to 12% of our total award. So they're spreading the payment out to us over really the course of 4.5 years. About 55% will come to us within 45 days of settlement, another 10 or almost 11% on December 15th of 2023, and then about 11 to 12% for the following 3 years as well. So really, the question before the committee and the board this evening is the board willing to accept that settlement offer and to be a part of that? We don't have to. We can certainly forego it. Question mark, not sure why, unless the board chose to file suit against Jewel Labs independently and try to litigate against them for a larger settlement, which is a possibility, but you've got litigation expenses, you've got time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's probably in the district's best interest to accept the settlement that's before us. Any questions? clarifications that I could offer? Just smiles.
I mean,
go
Spencer, if you
ahead.
want to go ahead, I'll let you go.
No, I was just going to ask if there was any questions about this.
I have 1,000 questions, but I'm saving a lot of my questions to my last meeting in a couple of weeks. Do we know? I know the lawsuit is out of the state. Who was the person who started the lawsuit? I guess is my question.
The lawsuit was filed, let me see if I can scroll up here. Whoops. Going the wrong way. The lawsuit was filed, I believe, by a France law group. They are based in California. So they were the partner or the firm that solicited clientele, mostly public school districts throughout the nation, really.
Okay.
I'll just say, like any class action lawsuit, it just makes sense to be in the class and we're not going to litigate this ourselves. So
Right.
I think it makes sense to move forward and, it's kind of found money,
Yep.
in that sense, right? So,
Yep. Provides a known financial return, whereas if we were to try to do something independently, you've got a lot of time and expense and risk.
until Dr. Garrison gets his law degree and is going to litigate this for us, I think the best course would be, to accept it. So, let me know when you're ready for a motion, Spencer.
All right. Well, I remember when we first brought this up, so I don't really have any questions related to it. If you guys are good, I can accept the motion to move to accept the settlement offer against Jewel Labs, Inc.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that motion carries. All right, this brings us to item 3D, which is our facility condition report, needs assessment, and long-range master planning.
Yeah, and Luke Boots is here. I'll let him drive. I got it up for you, buddy.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So for Mr. Booth to get started with that, I would like to say part of this conversation is an ongoing conversation that the school district of Beloit has already been having. We've been talking about our long-range facilities planning over the course of a few years now, I believe. One of the things that we do know is that we were in this conversation. There's some other things that happened that we had to kind of work through from a litigation conversation with a different company. But now we are moving forward with a new opportunity here in this process. When I came into the conversation, I knew that we needed a long-range facilities plan. I did make these conversations happen over the past few months. This long-range facilities plans actually positions us to have additional conversations around our overall needs for our school district. It not only positions us to have this conversation, but it also gives us clear pictures of what we need to be moving towards over the next 3, 5, 10, or the immediate conversations here in our school districts. And in our school district, like I've said before in other public settings, is that yes, we do get per pupil expenditures from the state to take care of our overall work here in the school district. But the one thing that the state does not provide a lot of funds for is when you need to repair your own buildings. Yes, we have buildings, and like any building, we have to repair them. And so this long-range facilities plans gives us not only what we need to repair, but things that we need to be looking out for, again, the next year, 3 to 5, and much further out. Mr. Butts has had conversations around really looking at putting certain opportunities on. How can I say this? We have stuff that we need to be putting on our radar right now, and so having that plan in place allows us to kind of show everyone that this is the things that we have on our radar. Mr. Butts did have to come in and start immediately looking at things we need to put on our radar right now. And so that was very important to me because we kind of came in right around the same time, having these conversations around what are our facilities needs, especially in the referendum conversations moving forward here in the school district. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Boots. I just want to make sure I gave that general background snapshot of kind of where we are right now in the long-range facilities plan.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Garrison. I'm just going to jump right into the presentation here. I wanted to start off by first just talking a little bit about our goals for facilities planning. It's very important that we align our goals with our mission, vision, and strategic plan for the district. So in anything we do in facilities, we're always tying everything back to our students. How does this affect our students? Why is this for the betterment of our students? That's the goal of the facilities department in everything that we do. Another one of our goals is to provide modern and equitable learning environments for all students. I think we all know that our buildings, the school district of Beloit has done a great job of keeping up our buildings and working with what we have. We had some large renovations and additions in 2012. Education is constantly changing, so we're always looking to design with flexibility and keep up with the changing education. We don't know what education is going to be like in 5 years, in 10 years. So it's very important now when you're designing that you're designing with flexibility in mind. As with anything we do throughout the entire district, we always want to use our resources and our finances responsibly. So that, of course, ties over to any facilities improvements or anything we do in facility services as well. And lastly, something that's very important to our team is executing with the highest standards of quality. That's what all of our students deserve. That's what our staff deserve is for us. And that's kind of the final piece of being responsible with our finances, is making sure that everything we do is with high quality. So I want to talk a little bit about our process. Where we are at right now is selecting an architecture firm, and later on in the presentation, we're going to make our recommendation of where we came to with our panel in regards to the architecture firm that we would like to work with. The next step would be beginning the facility study and needs assessment. It is somewhat time sensitive to get this going while the school year is still going on this year for different reasons that I'll mention as well in upcoming slides. Following step would be to distribute an RFP to engage a construction manager at some point, and we would also be needing to do that sometime in the next month or two. A big portion of the construction manager piece of that is they greatly assist and provide all of the cost estimating once we actually get into the long-term planning and the prioritization. We would work with this committee and all of our district teams, our administrators, and all of our stakeholders to really determine the priorities and engage our community. As you can see, I have that underlined there, and you're going to see that that is prevalent throughout this slide deck as far as a very important piece of our presentation is getting the engagement and getting our stakeholders engaged and bought in to what is important and listening to them, of course, throughout the process. The next step would be developing a long-range plan and then finally determining funding. Would that be a 2024 referendum? We all know that we have some very important information, hopefully a successful referendum that we'll have coming later tonight. So some of those things will also help us build the story of what we will do moving forward with this and some of the details that we do there as well, depending on the funding that we have. All right, so just to tell you a little bit about our process and our architect interviews. So we distributed an RFQ originally to 5 architecture firms. We received 4 responses of the RFQ. Our team reviewed all of those. We created a diverse panel with administrators, Dr. Garrison, some principals throughout the district, and a multi-step interview process as we not only reviewed the proposals first. So through that RFQ, we reviewed those, and we chose 3 firms to actually interview. So we brought those firms in and interviewed those, and part of that submission, once we chose firms from the RFQ, was for them to present an actual cost proposal. That was the second piece. So when we interviewed the 3 firms, they provided their cost proposal as part of that interview process. Eventually, we narrowed down to 2 firms. We brought those two firms back in, had another meeting, and really talked about innovative learning experiences and innovative design and things like that we focused on really just to narrow on those 2 firms. This is just a snapshot of the pre-referendum comparison of the 3 firms that we interviewed. Epstein-Uhen Architects, EUA, ISG, and PRA are the 3 firms that we interviewed. I will go further into the details here once we get to the recommendation, but you can see that it is a fairly Besides the middle, you can see that the costs are fairly comparable. Now, you'll see that some of the post-referendum fees are also what balances some of these things out too as well. The pre-referendum fees specifically that you're looking at here are for the facilities condition report and needs assessment, the long-range facilities master plan, and it also includes the communication and community engagement that they help us through that entire process as we're navigating that as a district. So this is design fees that are looked at when you're looking at the post-referendum work as far as for when the architect completes their work, and then this is their percentage fees based on their design. You can see here is if you compared them with the previous, you would see that ISG was very low or was much lower in regards to their pre-referendum fees, and you'll see that their percentage fees here is what balances that out. So that's why I said when you look at the overall larger picture of this, they're really similar or comparable across the board as this balances what their ISG's lower or very low pre-referendum fee was. Ultimately, we ended up, and we're making a recommendation, our team's making a recommendation for Epstein-Euchen Architects. Some of the things that we looked at and some of the things that we liked when working with this team is their extensive and specialized team. They brought a very large team when they met with us, and it was a very diverse team in regards to engineers, designers, community engagement. They also really promote and they do outstanding work on existing buildings. As we're doing reconfiguration, we're looking at reusing our space here in the school district of Beloit. Something that we're really gonna have to take a look at is being efficient with our funds, as I mentioned earlier. We know that we have space in our buildings. That's really one of their specialties is breathing life into old spaces and using existing spaces to make updates. They've done a lot of really cool projects that you could review if you ever felt like visiting their website or anything like that, where they've taken old buildings and really revitalized them. Another thing that we liked is they were very innovative with their design to support and inspire learning. So that was what we really focused on the second portion and the second interview was show us some examples of innovative educational spaces that you've created, and they really did a good job of communicating that and showing it to us. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, continual focus on community engagement is very important. I think that's really what tipped the scales for our team when we were evaluating the last two architects that we interviewed is they were continually going back to the importance of engaging our stakeholders, having meetings to let us know what is important of our parents, our stakeholders, our students, our teachers, our educators. That's something that they really focused on and something that we were really impressed with. All right, so this is looking specifically at Epstein-Euchen Architects just to further break down or summarize what this is entailing for pre-referendum fees and service. So $150,000 fee is for the facility condition report and the needs assessment. Some of the main points of this need assessment is conducting an educational adequacy assessment. So what I mentioned earlier is the reason why we need to expedite some of this is that they will actually be coming into our spaces if this is approved, and they will be visiting with our teachers, they'll be visiting our buildings, and with us only having about 2 months of instructional time left, we would really like to get them in at the beginning of next month or as soon as possible so that they can make the needs assessment, they can do their educational adequacy assessments and really see how our spaces are being used and how they should be used or how they can be better transformed for modern learning environments. They will also assist with they will facilitate the development of a long-range facilities master plan. Once again, they're very specialized in communication and community engagement support. And ultimately, the delivery of the final long-range plan would be September 1st, 2023. That is to give us time, whatever the board or this committee or all of our community decides as far as for how fast we may move with a referendum based on some of the decisions we're going to receive tonight and what's important moving forward. So this is a closer look at the post-referendum design fee scale. This was pretty consistent across the board as far as for projects less than $5 million are typically negotiated, and the reason that is you never know the complexity of a smaller project, whether it's a renovation or what it actually entails. So this was consistent across the board for all of the firms that we interviewed as far as for negotiating that. You can see the way that the rest of this is laid out is based on a scale of cost of the actual project, so 5 million to 15 million, and so on down the line. We did receive some higher fees from Epstein-Uhen originally when they submitted. Through negotiation process, we were able to negotiate these costs down. They were not the cheapest company to come in, but we were able to negotiate anywhere from 0.25% to 0.5% to get them closer to make sure that we were being as responsible with district funds as we can. It's something that's worth noting I have on the bottom here. The fees are determined by each individual project and not a cumulative total of all work. So the way that Epstein-Uhen does this, and every architect is a little bit different when they're evaluating this. But what they do is they do it based on a submission to the state. So if we were doing a project at Beloit Memorial High School, let's just say a $10 million project there, that would be based on that submission to the state, and that would fall in the $5 to $15 million range. It is not a cumulative total of a total referendum per se of $75 million for work that's spread across the entire district. All right, so our next steps, and Bob, you may need to lead us on some of this too as well. I'm a little bit new to the process, but we are asking the Facilities Committee to make a recommendation to the board for EUA to proceed with this facilities assessment. EUA begins collecting data and visiting our schools. After that is fully approved by the board and whatever other process that we need to go through. As I mentioned earlier, we will need to engage and distribute an RFP for a construction manager, and that will be similar to the process that we use for this, and probably a lot of the same people will be involved with that process as well. We will work with the Facilities Committee to evaluate needs and make recommendations for future priorities, and ultimately determine the feasibility of a facilities referendum in 2024, if that's what the board desires, and that's what we get to. But ultimately, regardless of how we choose to fund these projects, we will develop the long-range master plan, develop priorities. We will always complete everything that we can within our existing capital budgets on an annual basis. And then really it depends on the, how the district would choose to proceed to get additional funds outside of that annual budgeting process. All right, so that's what I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Is there any questions from the committee members?
All right, well, that must have went fairly well then. All right, thank you.
All right, so there is a recommended action to move to approval. The district partners with EUA for the facilities condition report, needs assessment, and long-range master planning.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, the motion carries. Thank you, guys. All right, the next item we have is item 4A, which is the Wisconsin School Finance Review, Part 4, Enrollment Impacts.
All right, thank you. Kind of continuing on with Mr. Duff's past educational presentations on school finance. He assisted in preparing this presentation, and he and I kind of tweaked it a little bit, and we'll go through it here in the next 8 minutes or so we can get you off and onto the HR committee in a timely fashion. You've seen this slide before. This is just kind of the school finance areas to review. We're kind of looking at those two there, the enrollment impact on school finance, and then the open enrollment, charter schools, private school vouchers. So we'll kind of cover those areas this evening. I'm sure that everybody realizes this, but the key overarching thing to consider when you're thinking about revenues for school districts is revenue funding is mostly based on enrollment. It just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? The more students you have generally, the more revenue that you're going to receive as a district. So we'll talk a little bit about how enrollment drives revenues. First and foremost, of course, is the revenue limit formula through the Department of Public Instruction. The school district of Beloit is allowed $10,039 per member, per resident student, essentially. And that revenue limit membership includes residents that are open and enrolled out because, of course, they are School District of Beloit residents. They just happen to be choosing and utilizing educational opportunities elsewhere, and then independent charter students as well. Of course, equalization aid, this is big because this is really what drives the School District of Beloit from a revenue perspective. The aid equalizes the property tax burden for the local property taxpayer and is really based on a property valuation per member. So it's a rather complicated formula that the state has. We're going to try to narrow it down and talk with ease and hopefully some understanding. And essentially how that formula works is that the lower the property tax values per member, generally the larger the amount of state aid that a school district receives. Of course, then the contrary is also true. A higher property tax value per member school district generally receives less state aid. So Beloit, the lion's share of our revenue comes via equalization aid. So that's favorable to our property taxpayers. You can look at other school districts that receive very little, and in some cases, no state aid. And of course, then all of that operational cost is borne by the property taxpayer. We also receive some revenues through what's called a per pupil categorical aid. The past couple of years, the state has provided us $742 on a per pupil basis in categorical aid. We're hopeful that we'll see an increase in that with the state biennial budget that will be considered by the Joint Finance Committee here next month. So we'll kind of wait and see how that all plays out. And then finally, the school district, as we know, receives a number of state and federal grants, and the majority of those grants have some sort of formula calculation to drive how much resources school districts receive. And of course, that formula oftentimes includes a per pupil allocation or a component there. So that's just kind of the revenue side. And I believe that the committee has seen the revenue limit calculation in the past, and we'll just kind of walk through it all again real quick. So the resident membership, that FTE 6,334, is multiplied by the revenue limit amount for the school district of Beloit, currently $10,039. You'll see the box below that the state average is $10,879. So we're about $840 shy per student of revenue that other districts receive that the school district of Beloit just doesn't. So just kind of keep that in mind. Why we have to ask for operational support is because of this disparity, essentially, in the revenue limit calculation. There are some one-time non-recurring exemptions that get added into the revenue limit calculation. There's a hold harmless exemption, the declining enrollment exemption, voucher opportunities, open enrollment as well. And then there's ongoing recurring exemptions. Transfer of service is an example of that. We don't need to get into all the details of that. But we come to the far right and you see your total revenue limit authority, $68.8 million. And I just, curious George, right? So you look it up. Of that $68.8 million, $130,000, actually less than that, approximately $130,000 is borne by the Beloit School District property taxpayers this year for general operational purposes. So that's $130,000 is the amount that the school district can levy to still fall within the revenue limit calculation. That's it, $130,000. So then $68.75 million is coming to the school district of Beloit through the equalization aid. So just kind of, I wish I had that pie graph on there because you wouldn't even see the $130,000. But just to kind of point that out. Of course, if enrollment drives revenues, it kind of does expenses too, right? So we've got the expense here. Obviously enrollment has a significant impact on expenditures. There's the staffing impact. Generally, the more students that you have, generally the more educators you need. The converse is also true when you have declining enrollment. That certainly provides an opportunity to reduce or to right-size staffing. There's certainly an operational impact. Number of enrollment impacts pupil transportation, it impacts the number of schools that's needed, instructional materials, curricular materials that need to be ordered, food service operations, we can go on and on and on. And then finally, the tuition expenses for those students that are attending elsewhere under the options that are listed there. I always like to do a little pause, and I'll share a story real quick. Let's just say we lose 60 students in the school district of Beloit. Well, that's terrible, right? But they're not all in third grade, so we don't reduce 2 sections of fourth grade next year because we have 60 fewer kids. Those 60 kids didn't all ride on the one bus. So oftentimes the public looks at it and says, well, you lost 60 kids, you got to reduce staff and everything. And don't get me wrong, they've got some validity to that. But all of those kids that departed the district weren't in the same classroom. So it's not as easy as just getting rid of that teacher or that aide. And they all didn't ride the same bus. Those students are scattered throughout the district where you've got students departing at various grades. And while you may have a -2 in one grade level, you may have a +5 in another grade level too. So it's kind of a net cumulative effect. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about that from an enrollment perspective. And then lastly, Mr. Duff put together the enrollment impact, the tuition amounts, per pupil amounts that go to these other opportunities. And it is somewhat interesting when you look at this. So if you've got an open enrollment tuition student that's perhaps going to Clinton, they get $8,224 that's transmitted to the state. But yet if they're going to a private school, it's actually more. And it's even more if they're in a private high school. It's more if they're special education. So lots of times we'll hear politicians talk about the money ought to follow the students. That's, philosophical beliefs, whatever. Set that aside. But I often ask the question, what about homeschool students then? Because if the money ought to follow the student, shouldn't homeschool students be receiving money? Which they currently don't. So just, the whole enrollment, it's enrollment drives revenues, enrollment drives staffing, staffing obviously drives our expenditures. That's kind of the big picture. Any questions? 6:30, I'm done.
All right, is there any questions from committee members at this time?
I would just like to say again, thank you, Mr. Chady, for the conversations tonight. These budget conversations are meant to bring us up to speed around the overall financial impact of our school district. When I sat down with Mr. Duff and now, of course, Mr. Chady, and we talk about like the roles and the procedures of what's supposed to be coming up, and we're talking about finances and money, there's a process to all of this. And, naturally, there's also learning to all of this. And with board members and with community members and, of course, even with staff, the more you all are learning about how the budget actually is built around, there's no secrets that no one is trying to, keep. Again, this is a process. And so these conversations will happen on a regular. Like I said, we're on review number 4 right now, and we're going to get up to probably like 8. But we're going to come right back to those conversations over and over. And it becomes a process for everyone to kind of hear and learn from as our community changes. Teachers change, administration changes, and even tonight, a board member or 2 may be changing. And so that is something for us to also consider in this conversation.
All right, and I just want to say, I do enjoy these. Like you pointed out, it's an educational experience for everyone. We don't interact with these types of things every day. Maybe board member Brian Anderson probably sees more numbers like this, but I don't. So it helps me too to understand this even more in depth. So I appreciate it. Does any of the committee members have any questions though that they would like to ask real quick? All right. That was just the information and discussion item. So we can move on to item 5A, which is our next meeting date. And that will be Tuesday, May 2nd of, that says 2022. All right, it's still the same. It'll be May 2nd at this year at 5:30. We are now to meeting adjournment. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll
Have a
second.
second? All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. The meeting is adjourned at 6:33.
All right, I'm almost ready. Look at that. Oh boy. Get open records requested. Okay, I'm going to call to order the April 4th, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:38 p.m. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Brian Anderson,
Here?
Jawan Winfield,
Present.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Sean Levy.
Present.
I have all members present with Megan Miller and Spencer Anderson participating virtually.
Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Brian Anderson, seconded by Juwan Winfield. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, just one small thing. There are two columns, one for two headers, one for members present, one for members absent, and Spencer isn't listed under either, although he is noted under the roll call. So if we could just adjust that.
All right. So with that amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We're now on to our employment recommendations. Is there anything that anyone feels the need to go into closed session for, before I read this? Okay. A motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
I need motion
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry. Yes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Juwan Winfield. Mr. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Juwan Winfield,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, so we will go into closed session and come back. Just a reminder, close out your open session videos. Okay, the Human Resource Committee is reconvening in public session in order to take any action if necessary on items discussed in closed session. Are there any open session questions or action to be taken? Okay. Is there a motion for Exhibit A and B?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, the motion passes unanimously. All right, we're on to 3A, our next meeting date. Our next meeting date is Tuesday, April 18th, 2023 at 6:30 PM. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
It's moved by Amy Levy and seconded by Brian Anderson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we got 5 minutes before we start the next one. All right, we're gonna get ready to begin here. So if everyone can find your seats, please. Yep.
If there's a need to start going on, if you want to table something, you can table it, you know that.
Right.
Consent agenda, I know Mr. Shea just talked to you.
Right.
Pull that one thing up.
So I'll make that. This is actually gonna move super fast. Cause there's really not much to get to. Levy, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today? All right. Spread that around, you know. I'm just trying to get the agenda for my meeting. Now, this is ridiculous. Okay, we'll do this. Great. Okay, I'm like, okay. Having no worse. This computer is doing something because things are not. Okay, this thing was not working. Okay, good evening. And I call to order the April 4th, 2023 regular board meeting at 7:02 p.m. Mr. Shope, the Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Excuse me, yes. Jawan Winfield,
Present.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Amy Levy, here. Here. Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present with Megan Miller and Spencer Anderson participating virtually.
Okay. On to item C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda? And before that, I need to make note that on consent agenda 5B, Rico Print Services renewal, that did not come out of, that did not move out of the committee this afternoon. It was postponed in the committee.
I move
So moved.
approval of the agenda as amended.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved by Brian Anderson, seconded by Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Board Member Levy, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Shope, do we have public comment?
Yes, I have in-house and an email to read.
Okay, so I'll read our notification first, but I'll ask that you start with the email first, and then we'll take the in-person comments.
Okay?
All right. Norms for public comments during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Responses from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. All right. So each person who has completed a public comment card and given it to the secretary is allowed to speak for 3 minutes. Only 2 may yield time to an individual and must come to the podium to state their information before yielding that time. Mr. Shope, will you read the emails first?
Yes. I have an email from Pam Charles. According to the WASB, a consent agenda is a group of several routine items under one agenda heading. Routine items such as paying bills, approving minutes of the last meeting, etc., can thus be approved by a single unified motion and vote of the board. The purpose of the consent agenda is to expedite business and streamline the meeting. The consent agenda is never a place for million-dollar purchases or things that the board does not routinely do each month. Restorative justice recommendation for renewal is anything but a routine agenda item. This is new route, an item of interest to many people who follow the school board proceedings. You've disguised it with a very generic title and placed it under the consent agenda where it might go unnoticed and not receive the discussion it deserves. Because of this vague wording, it may not be searchable on board docs either. New Route previously came to the board with a price tag of $1.8 million, and even though it's being paid for by ESSER funds, was listed at $1.8 million on the original operational referendum itemization before that itemization was edited and also changed to broad generic descriptions. There's public interest in this item, especially since it passed through committee with not an ounce of supportive data or site visits to schools that have used New Route. $1.8 million is a lot of money for a district like ours. The presentation online is very confusing. The proposal for New Route for 2023 to 2025 shows a grand total of $208,800. The recommendation for renewal for 2023 to 2025 shows a grand total $609,800. If this is not enough to make board members want to discuss the item, they should certainly want to have a discussion just for the sake of parents and citizens who are trying to understand it. There is a note at the bottom of the agenda item stating that it will be removed from the consent agenda if a board member or citizen requests. Please consider this my request to have this item removed from the consent agenda. You also have another very non-routine item on this consent agenda, Food Service Management Company, RFP. The stated purpose of this agenda item is to select a food service management company, but in the background information, it says that one has already been selected. Very confusing. So would a yes vote mean that you're approving the RFP process, which is what the agenda item says? How about pulling this off the consent agenda and discussing what exactly you are voting on? Please remember that a successful school district has parent and community involvement. Confusion and hiding important items totaling more than $1 million does not help your constituents follow what's going on. If you inform the public, they will feel more like partners. Pam Charles.
So responses from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. If this is Ms. Charles is responding by email, and if she was here, I would let her know that some of her statements are inaccurate. In regards to the consent agenda, the items end up in the consent agenda when the superintendent and the board president make the agenda, and board members, as has been our practice over the last 2 years, as we have worked to expedite our meetings, is when things leave the committee, they go to the consent agenda. If any board member would like them to be pulled, they are pulled. No one is trying to hide any information, and to assert that is an attack upon the 7 people who serve you, our character. This meeting and these comments are not Facebook, where other accusations like that have been lobbied against us. And so we'd just like to ask that in email or in person, Ms. Charles, please speak accurately and truthfully. Next comment.
I have no other email.
In-person comment.
I have Teresa Johnson and Isaac Johnson.
That happens every time, doesn't it?
All right.
Recently, I was asked to explain my stance on being opposed to the proposed referendum. The reason is simply that it does not do enough in funding to make genuine improvements in academics. I spoke to you in December, January, and March on this issue. Perhaps it would be better if I asked you a question. Who benefits from a continued supply of low and underperforming students leaving and or graduating from the district? While you consider this, let's look at the first sentences on the district's homepage. On behalf of the Board of Education and the School District of Beloit, we stand against all forms of systemic and institutional racism. Now, more than ever, it is necessary for our community's institutions and organizations to commit to be anti-racist. We are proud of the diversity within the School District of Beloit, and we acknowledge the challenges and adversity that so many of our families of color are facing. We are always committed to supporting our students, families, and staff. These are all strong, wonderful statements I desperately want to champion and believe. However, when I look at the data from the DPI, I question the sincerity of these statements. As the enrollment of the district has decreased, its statewide comparative ranking has also decreased. COVID happened to every Wisconsin district. What perplexes me is why extra support staff was not hired before students returned to in-person classes. While there is nothing we can do about that lost time, the district can be more deliberative on how to allocate its funds now. As enrollment has decreased, the percentage of enrollment that is non-white has increased. A person's race is not a determinant on their intelligence. Yet a person's socioeconomic situation can severely impact their ability to succeed later in life. We are overdue in having an honest examination of how to provide the best education possible for our students. Let's have an open invitation to teachers, students, staff, families, and community members to contribute their thoughts, ideas, and opinions on how to improve academics. To answer the original question again, I oppose this referendum as I oppose the 2012 referendum and the new COLAC building because it does too little to adequately address the academic needs of our diverse student body. Imagine the pride we could celebrate once we rise out of the bottom 3% ranking in the state. That would give us all cause to celebrate. Our students and our teachers deserve better. We can do better, Beloit.
And Isaac was yielding his time, correct?
What was that?
Isaac was yielding his time for the 6 minutes.
Oh, you go say
Yeah.
that and wait your turn.
Right, just,
I waive my time.
all right, we work it out. Thank you. All right. Public comment? Okay.
No, that was all.
Superintendent report.
So here we are. First of all, thank you everyone for coming tonight. I truly appreciate all of the work that has went forth thus far in our conversations, both in our committee conversation and naturally here in the board meeting. I would just like to say, of course, my recap from my superintendent's report today, we went out to vote. And I would like to thank everybody who went out to vote today. It's one of our rights, and I hope you all exercised it accordingly. You know, when I think about voting rights, I think about, you know, some of the suffrage movements that went through here in the United States. And naturally, again, I just kind of, you know, when I was driving in this morning, my own self going to vote in my own community, I was just like, you know, thinking about, like, there's a lot of things that happened to get to this point. And so hopefully, again, you all exercise your right to vote today accordingly. So I just want to put that out into the atmosphere. My computer keeps freezing, so that's why my face stops looking like that. So I just want to make sure that's not me, you know, in live motion. Naturally, I've been having a lot of conversations about reconfiguration, and then on my next report, I will be definitely sharing reconfiguration conversations. But with that, over these past 2 weeks, I've had numerous conversations about the referenda as well. You know, the referenda, we wouldn't have came to the school district if we didn't think there was a need there. Naturally, that's why you do a referenda. And hopefully with the different narratives that one may hear, you heard from the school district as well, and you were able to take our conversation into consideration when you went into the booth today. Naturally, over these past 9 weeks and the referenda conversation, it's been fast and furious. I like to say fast and furious, but it's been fast. One of the things that I truly believe in is when you put your heart into something, you give it your all. And as a school district superintendent, I will say, I want to note that I did give it my all in this referenda conversation. I do think that the referenda, again, was a need that we put out, and it's up to the public to decide, you know, which direction we go in. So that's the referenda thought. About a week ago or two, Mrs. Levy, me and Ms. Levy was able to go up to the day at the Capitol. Thank you, Mrs. Levy, for your support up there. We went to the Capitol to really voice our concerns about our state budget around with some of the overall needs that we have here in the school districts across the United States, but across Wisconsin. It's very important that as advocates in public education, that we go to the state capitol and we have conversations with our legislators to really put out our needs. And our needs are varied across the state of Wisconsin. But some of the things that are hard and true and hard and fast are conversations around social emotional learning, academic supports in the classroom, and naturally our per pupil expenditures. And so those are some of the things that we definitely tackled in our conversation up at the day of the Capitol. Now I got to be kind of a little bit honest here. didn't get a chance to speak with all of our state representatives because that was the day they were on session. So we did get to have great conversations with some of the staffers. As you can tell, one of the things with staffers, they are awesome in their service to our state legislators. But we really wish we could have had a more heart-to-heart conversation with some of the legislators, but again, they were on the floor. The day at the Capitol was definitely appreciated. And again, thank you, Mrs. Levy, for your advocacy on that day. I had some conversations over at BLA. I went to visit BLA. Now, of course, I visit the schools a lot. And BLA asked me to come over and have a conversation with the kids about my job, really. I think sometimes people forget that there's work that happens and that you see as such, but there's a lot of behind the scenes things that happens as well. And I really wanted to give the students at BLA a real good snapshot around kind of what my day actually looks like, but actually what it takes to kind of get there as well. And so I took them through a real live conversation as well. One of the thoughts that I brought to the table was around like leadership. This position of a superintendent, and not just superintendents, but teachers, administrators, parents. You're centered around a lot of leadership conversations. And I really took the students through a leadership conversation and kind of things you need to kind of watch out for. They were very pleasantly surprised that when I told them a specific story about myself around some decisions that I was making when I was younger, they didn't believe me, so I called my mom. I called my mom right then and there, right there on the phone. And they were so surprised to hear my mom say, yeah, he's telling the truth about some of the decisions that I wasn't making, that I should have been making. And so my mom concurred the conversation with students in the room. I think that was a very important part for them to hear that no matter what you see here right now, that was a journey.
Amen.
It was a journey. It was a journey to see, it was a journey to kind of go through a lot of that, right?
Don't look like what I've been through, huh?
No, you're 100% right about that.
Where I'm coming from.
Yeah, from a homeless conversation to, living in a car, like a lot of things happen. But I also made some decisions along the way as a leader, was a growing leader that could have stopped me from getting to this point as well. And so again, I took the students through a real live, like what does it take to get to this position, but also you have to make some decisions and that can kind of steer you in the right direction. And there's my screen again. I apologize for that. That's just some of the things that I definitely want to bring into that conversation. So the BLA conversation was wonderful. I think the students got a lot out of the conversation. And again, of course, I look forward to having more conversations with them. I had some Cub Scouts conversations. Naturally, there's Cub Scouts here in the city that really want to have some more connecting conversations with myself and our school district in ways in which they can kind of grow the Cubs here in Beloit School District, also partnering with our schools. Like I mentioned, I had many board meetings, not board meetings, but many conversations with other boards as it pertains to the referendum. My last one was with the State Line Family YMCA board, but also had a conversation over at, what's the church over there? New Zion, thank you. New Zion Baptist Church, right here, over the hill there, over the mountain, thank you, yeah. So those were my last few conversations around referenda. I had these conversations, to be honest with you, Monday through Sunday. And so I want to really thank the school community for hearing me in the reconfiguration conversation and, of course, hearing me in the referendum conversation, which I believe will, again, move us closer towards student achievement. And that's my superintendent's report for today.
Any questions from board members? Okay.
Dr. Garrison, sorry. I just wanted to thank you for the work that you did with all of your presentations for the referendum and reaching out to the community and to make sure that people had a voice in all the things that you're going to bring up to us today. We really appreciate it.
So I too would like to thank Dr. Garrison and the team, the administrative team. Again, in our referendum work, I think what people, and I'll just be a broken record, what people are not understanding, or maybe not understanding, but we will take the time to explain it. We know that our district has a journey. And when Dr. Kieser left last year, we did not have a superintendent. That was in May, June. We'd already started having conversations about our financial positioning in January. We as a board, we had to take some actions. one. We also didn't have finance people in place. We're down to a skeleton crew already at that point. So we did take the action to hire a superintendent to provide stability in our organization because we'd already developed a strategic plan. Along the way, even as we addressed last year, that we were on a different budget cycle. So as we coming out of COVID, and also with the Lincoln Academy and losing students there through our decline in enrollment, there are financial adjustments that needed to be made, but because our budgeting cycle was different, we were not able to make a speedy adjustment in those spaces. So we took the actions that we took, having a strategic plan. We had things to prioritize our spending to, which we have worked on, hired our superintendent. And then from there, as he has come on, we've been able to hire other executive positions that frankly other people, professionals, were like, you people are unstable, why are we coming there? So that's the type of stability that we try to provide. Immediately upon hiring our superintendent in November, we moved into this ad hoc referendum conversation, which is to say to the citizens of Beloit, this is the financial condition of the district. We presented the two budgets over the last 2 years, but this is where we're at. This is our fund balance. This is our projected income. This is declining enrollment. We understand our situation in student achievement and concerns about learning environment. But as a taxpayer, my taxes went down 54%, the school portion. And we had to make decisions. And so we put that in front of the community to ask other people other than the 7 board members, this is what we have in front of us. What do you think we ought to do about it? That committee did recommend that you should ask the community to help you. So we took that. We had discussion amongst ourselves whether that should be 1 year or 2 year, because we did want to provide some stability and predictability about what's going to happen in taxes, and then also allow maybe some good things to happen in our state. And there's numbers that are going to come in July. And just kind of the whole conversation is that procedurally there are certain things that we're in control of and we need to take the action to make it happen. And there's some other things that are only going to happen in time. So now that we had done that, we've done some things with some administrative contracts, and even tonight is one of those points where we're waiting in time to figure out what our community is going to tell us. And then we'll have more decisions to make. Along that process, as Dr. Garrison came, and this is the thing that we truly want to thank him and the team for, is because even as we 7 community members elected by other citizens to handle this important business, the education of our students, and to take care of the employees that take care of our children every day, when Dr. Garrison came, it's easier for us to vote yes or no for these things, but there's a whole school community that has to make these things happen when we decide that we're going to do these things. One of the things that we felt as a board is if we did not make it known to the community, this is the situation that our finances are in, what do you want to do about it? Because in 2023, we only have one opportunity to ask, and that's in April. So we did decide to take the opportunity and ask. And then in 2024, there'll be 2 opportunities. But we went through that process, and that process of, after we figured out what the questions would be, Dr. Garrison and his team made the radio ads, the flyers, the commercials, the videos, the website to inform our community. And like I said, we're a small community, Beloit, but I feel like we all are welcome and know each other. And people can vote however they want to vote on that subject. That's why we put it out there in front of people, and that's why we provided that information. But our needs are our needs, and how you feel about them are how you feel about them, and we'll continue to move forward no matter how that happens. And that's just how we're trying to move forward to continue to make good progress in our district. We're happy to hear the academic information that was shared with us on last week about the achievement of our students. We're thankful for the support of different parts of our community that have supported the referendum. And that's just the place that we're at, and thankful for Dr. Garrison, his leadership, and his team in service to the district for what we want for our children. All right, so if there are no other comments from board members, we are ready to move forward into our committee reports. Business Operations and Finance Committee.
All right, so the Business Operations and Finance Committee met tonight. We covered the financial reports for February of 2023, the Food Service Management Company RFP, the vaping lawsuit, settlement proposal for Jewel Labs, facility condition reports, needs assessment, and long-term range planning. Those were all approved through the committee and were sent to the agenda for tonight to go in front of the full board. And then we also continued our continuous education of talking about Wisconsin school finance. So those are the things we covered today for the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting.
Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee.
Hey, good evening. So we met on March 21st, I think. I'm going to double check the date. At our the last Tuesday's meeting. Yep, March 21st. There were 2 agenda items. We heard about summer school. It was very exciting. There are a lot of promises for even expanded programming that may come as a result of a lot of hard work with a large team of people fervently writing grants to bring more things to our kids. So that was pretty cool. Registration for that, I believe, begins the week of April 21st. So mark your calendar so you can get signed up. There'll be 2 sessions again. We heard our second presentation about new route. I just want to thank all of the administrators involved in bringing all of this to us. I think that the board asked some questions about metrics and metrics going forward, and they were able to bring back a lot of that detailed information. So hopefully board members are able to watch some of that meeting that's recorded on YouTube. And so I just wanted to thank them for both of those presentations. And then while it wasn't covered, I did, since Dr. Garrison brought it up in his report, did hear from Ms. I don't know if I'm saying her last name right, so I'm going to say Valerie from Scouting, who came to present to us in the past, and she's excited to bring us an update in her partnership and building a stronger partnership with Scouting and Beloit Public Schools. So hopefully that'll be coming up at a future meeting, so we can stay tuned for that. Anybody have any questions for Teaching, Learning, Equity, Pupil Services? Cool, thank you.
The Governance Committee did not meet in March. Legislative Update Policy Committee.
All right, so I submitted my legislative update today, so I'm sure that will be uploaded soon for all of the details of what is currently in committee on the Education Committee for both the Assembly and the Senate. There has been movement in both of those committees. However, no meetings are scheduled in either committee for the month of April. Dr. Garrison spoke on our day at the Capitol. I was very excited to participate and to represent our district and our board. WASB put together a really great program. We started off 8 a.m. at the Monona Terrace. The first presentation was a panel that discussed how the proposed 2023 to 2025 state budget will impact public schools. We heard from Senators Strobel and Larson and Representative Kitchens and Shelton. Very informative. We were able to have a networking lunch with board members and superintendents from across the state. In relaxed atmosphere, so that was nice. Before we headed over to the Capitol, as Dr. Garrison stated, many of our representatives were on the floor, but we were able to meet with Doug Hyatt, Chief of Staff for State Senator Spreitzer, who was very helpful. We also met with Senator Stephen Nass of the 11th District. Unfortunately, Representative Ellen Schutt was not available and does not currently have a staff. There was a stand-in, but unfortunately, he was not really knowledgeable on her positions. So Hopefully, we can invite our representatives to come meet with us and they can speak to us firsthand about their work that they're doing on our behalf. The policy committee update is that we will be meeting tomorrow at 5:30 in this room.
All right, thank you. We're at the consent agenda, but the two items were requested to come off individually, so we'll address them. A, restorative justice recommendations for renewal, and ask them to make the presentation or come back.
So Missy Beavers will help us kind of walk us through the restorative justice conversation that was pulled down from the consent agenda. Thank you.
No, because of the each item.
Are there specific questions that the board has that I can answer, or would you like me to pull up the presentation from the committee?
I ask you to pull up the presentation.
I also have Eric Weir online. I just wanted to let everybody know he's assisting me with the presentation. Sorry. Can we see that? Okay. Would you like us to go through the presentation?
So let me just first start off with saying, again, the restorative practice conversation is not new to many school districts across the United States of America. The restorative practice conversation is really about our students. Number one, how can we better serve our students? Naturally, in schools, we have these conversations all the time, but we also have resources that can support us in having these conversations. And restorative practice is one of those opportunities here. Both in the committee conversation and now, of course, with the board conversation and now again here in the consent conversation, I'm going to ask Mrs. Beavers to give just a high-level overview of the presentation, and then if there are questions from the board, we'll address those at the time.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so we started exploring restorative justice and restorative practices as a result of our identification as being disproportionate in the school district of Beloit. So it came about as federal identification. We've been with New Route for the past year. Just a reminder of what restorative justice is. It's really a conflict resolution strategy where students are accepting responsibility and acting to repair the harm that was done. We talked about the strategic plan alignment, and as you can see out of the 5 priority areas, the work with restorative justice and New Route aligns with the 4 priority areas in the strategic plan: whole child, equity, culture and leadership, and engagement. In addition to what I just explained in regards to restorative practices, there really are 2 pieces of restorative. So there's community building practices, which are culturally, like building culture. So relationship building circles, situational role playing, reentry circles. And the hope is the more community building circles you have, the less repair practice circles you would have. So the repair practices are actually repairing the harm, like I discussed in the first slide. Eric, I'm going to let you speak to your slides. High-level overview, please.
Yep. Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So this information we just brought to kind of dispel some of the myths that there are across the nation in regards to restorative justice. The top 3 ones being that restorative justice work is oftentimes viewed as being soft and that there are no consequences. We just know that that's not true. Like Missy mentioned, the restorative discipline is rooted in high expectations and accountability, and so students are in fact expected to be held accountable for their actions, and then they have to take it a step farther and repair their harm. Going along with that, restorative justice does not mean that students don't get removed from classes, and that another myth is that it takes too much time. We know that that's not true. Again, it's about teaching and learning, supporting students to make responsible decisions and be accountable for their actions. It's used in conjunction with discipline practices and codes of conduct. And the fact that, or the myth that it takes too much time is, truthfully, punishment-based models actually take up more time because we never get a chance to work with students on the underlying needs and lagging skills that they have, which are resulting in problematic behaviors. And so those behaviors just oftentimes are seen time and time again. We were asked to let the board know kind of how this work is partnered with some of the other work that we're doing. So our 2 universal social emotional learning curriculums for the district are Purposeful People, which we use in our elementary buildings, and 7 Mindsets, which we use in our secondary buildings. So both our SEL curriculum and restorative justice work to improve school culture and climate. Like Missy had mentioned, there's a lot of proactive approaches with restorative justice, and they support the work that is done in our social emotional learning curriculums. The SEL time is that explicit time that these skills are taught, maybe new to students, and restorative practices are techniques then that support and allow opportunities for students to work on those skills that they were taught. Our 7 Mindsets curriculum at the secondary level actually has some explicit restorative practice lessons built in it. They have one that's known as Safe Circles, and they have another one that's just that's titled What's Poppin' Conversation Cards. This slide here was just to show the connection between social emotional learning competencies. So the state does have 5 SEL competencies that are aligned with CASEL. Those are self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills, self-management, and responsible decision-making. And those are supported within the restorative practice key techniques. And those techniques, there are 3 primary ones, which is effective language, the use of circles, and then that response to harm through restorative conversations and conferencing. And so the next slide shows you how the SEL competencies are supported within those 3 restorative practices. So effective language is that use of I statements and empathic listening. You can see that 4 out of the 5 SEL competencies are supported with that. Circles, again, community building, peace circles, and reintegration circles are the 3 primary types. They support SEL competencies, and then those restorative conversations also support the SEL competencies. The district did move to implement a universal screener for social, emotional, behavioral needs of students. The tool that we're using is known as SABRS. SABRS tool itself does not have direct alignment to restorative justice, as it is just a tool for identifying potential risk. But like you saw on the other slide, there is direct connection between restorative justice work and restorative practices and social emotional learning, which SABRS is screening students on how well they are displaying the skills that are taught in SEL lessons.
So I'll just go over an overview of the work. We're currently in year 1, and year 1 has been 100% staff-facing with about a community of 50 individuals from the district. Each building administrator and then building champions from each building. Again, it's 100% staff-facing, and so we're really working on building the foundation of common language and just, like I said, regrounding. Years 2 and 3 is what we're coming to the board for, and this is going to be staff and student and family-facing in years 2 and 3, and so this is actually the implementation at the building level, 12 building teams versus the 1 building team of 50. This is the suggested scope of the work. I'm not going to read through it. It contains professional development, customized professional development, and customized support based on the wellness checks that will be done at the beginning of the year for each of the 12 buildings. And we added coaching and parent engagement in both years. This is the overview of costs for year 2 and 3. I know there was a comment that the numbers don't add up. However, I think the proposal was misread. Years 2 is a total of $401,000, and year 2 is total of $208,800 for a total of $609,800. So just looking ahead at metrics, again, like I said, we are really building the foundation this year to come to common understanding of what restorative justice is, common language, building the foundation. Every good initiative starts with a solid foundation. So moving forward, the data streams that we will be looking at once we implement in the buildings, we'll be using these metrics for measuring success, and you can read those on your own. And so we feel very confident in recommending New Route for years 2 and 3.
That clarification about the cost again?
Sure. So year 2, the itemized costs are right there for everything that's included in the proposal for a total of $401,000. Year 3 is $208,800 for a total not to exceed $609,800. This is for 12 school sites. So there could be some, that's why it's not to exceed.
That speaks to some of the inaccuracies in the public comment that I was speaking to earlier.
And year 1 has been paid for already out of our, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions?
I do. I'm going to try to be as nice as possible. So, President Levy, please excuse me if I get out of character.
Do the right thing, board member.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Ms. Beavers, thank you so much for bringing this to us. I really appreciate it. Just to clarify, the second year, third year, that's going to be more community-based, right?
It will be staff, student, and community facing.
That's a beautiful thing. I just wanted to hear you say that again. Thank you.
Other board members, questions or comments?
One, thank you for clarifying those costs, and just reiterating that year 1 is a sunk cost. It's already been paid for. And if I'm understanding that correctly, that funding of $164,000 came from the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services funding?
Correct.
All right, perfect. And then years 2 and 3, those I'm assuming are close estimates, and that's why the recommendation is not to exceed $609,800?
You've got it.
All right, and then one final thing, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. This is basically 3 phases. So year 1, if we call that phase 1, was instructor or teacher focused.
Yep.
And then year 2, if I'm understanding correctly, is student teacher focused. And then year 3 brings the community on board. Is that accurate?
Yep, parent engagement, and then it's really like an advanced year to support the teams that were built in the buildings. So more coaching and guided learning as we need it as well.
So is the goal for us to keep the practices, but maybe step away from the intensive training because our staff is being trained to carry this out post year 3?
You've got it.
Perfect. All right, thank you so much.
Board members, questions, comments?
One other question. So obviously the challenge in this is when you talk about the metrics is measuring success, right? Because you can't put a number on a page for a lot of things. So, you know, how do we measure, because it's an investment, right? These are real dollars. So how do we measure, maybe there's not that much to measure after year 1 because you're laying that groundwork, right? And I see the metrics page here, but I don't see anything that, you know, a lot of it's anecdotal, a lot of it's going to be that touchy-feely stuff. And I'm just thinking, we get to the end of year 2 or the end of year 3, and we want to move into another phase. What can we put on paper that's going to say, yep, that was money well spent, or, you know what, it wasn't, let's try something else? I'm just curious of what do you think that might look like?
Eric, do you want to go first, or would you like me to go first?
I can. For a lot of that would really come from some of that concrete data that we can pull as a district. So as we work to foster supportive, caring, and inclusive environments for students, we should be able to demonstrate to the community that our attendance is increasing. Students are wanting to come to school. They're coming to school on time. They're spending the entire day in school. Along with that would be a decrease in the amount of discipline referrals that we see. There's been data, it's been talked about at board meetings and shared out there that, our discipline data doesn't really look that great for our district. Well, these types of practices, they are meant to directly positively impact that by decreasing the amount of referrals that students are getting, because we are spending time working with them, truly identifying their lagging skills and giving them the support and training they need to be able to better make decisions in the future. So we should be able to bring to you decreased office discipline referral rates, decreases in the amount of time that students are suspended either in or out of school. And then ultimately, we should be able to see a decrease in the number of students that are referred for expulsion or actually get expelled.
The only thing I would add to that is we should be able to see a shift in school culture as well. And then an increase in parent engagement, because we're developing that sense of belonging not only for the students, the staff, but also the parents and the families as well. Again, not numbers, but.
Yeah, so the only numbers are like, you mentioned where the discipline referrals could be referrals for expulsion, but.
Attendance.
Okay, and attendance, sure, that could be tied to it for sure. So, I could reduce the number of expulsions, I just won't recommend anybody for expulsion. So that number, for that metric in itself it doesn't mean the, infractions didn't happen or behavioral problems didn't occur. So it didn't answer my question, and it doesn't give me something to hang my hat on to say, it's a good investment. So I don't know. I guess I would look for then at some point those anecdotal, maybe teacher testimonials about how their classrooms are.
That's
are
on here.
improved.
Empathy groups, listening sessions, the screener data, that type of stuff is listed on here.
Yeah. So I guess I just as a board member, those would be things that I'd want to see as
Sure.
as
That makes sense.
touch points that show improvement. My other question, and this is more for the board. We've tied social and emotional learning to our, the referendum that's at the polls tonight. It's a big piece of it. We've got it listed on our literature of why we need a referendum, and this is a big dollar amount. So I guess my question, to the rest of the board would be, my fear is if the referendum shouldn't pass, and we'll find that out likely later tonight or in the morning, we've got a big dollar amount here that. Is there a question on how we fund that, and is there harm? And because not only the referendum is a referendum on the topics that we're choosing to fund with those dollars too, right? And would it make sense to postpone the approval of this renewal until after the referendum results?
So, is that a question or?
I think there's a question in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I don't get ahead of myself.
Well, just a minute. So we'll pick that up in a minute. We'll let Board Member Miller, I did see your hand. I'll let Dr. Garrison speak, and then I'll take Board Member Miller, and then I have a comment to make also.
Sure. So to answer the question in the question, thank you for your thoughts there. When you're thinking about will we be able to pay for this, I guess that's the part I want to answer. We do have ESSER funds that we are still yet to spend, and naturally, if the referenda, let's say, is different than what our expected results are, expected expectations are, then we will still have possible allocations that we can use to support continuing this work. Naturally, we also have to think we were disproportionately rated on our amounts of disciplinary for students of color, in a nutshell. And there's things that we have to do from a state perspective to address that conversation. This is one of them. And so, not to say regardless of the outcome, but I do believe we will be in position to still move forward with this conversation as needed. Now, naturally, there's still further conversations that we need to have, and in this process tonight, when things are moved along and or moved to further discussion, I will be able to continue to have these conversations around where possible statements will come to make sure we're able to support ideas as such. If we get to the point where we can't support ideas as such, again, that'll be brought back to the board for further discussions based off of where we are as a school district. And I kind of answered the question in the question, but I also want to let you know that we do have the funds in ESSER to participate in making sure this does happen. But if there's a greater need in our district based off of different conversations, then we can come back to the board and say this is where we are in this conversation now.
Board Member Miller.
Sure, thanks. I just wanted to help because I know, like, one of the things about talking about education is, like, you know, we used to joke about we've got the alphabet soup of acronyms and there's all kinds of stuff that's like real education speak and it doesn't really like make a bunch of sense. So like one thing that I want to speak to is that I know the school district of Beloit, I was told in one of our committee meetings, uses EduClimber. So we have like kind of like meta like look dashboard, right, for all the data. So we're looking at like if you're looking at, you know, Megan Miller, you know, you're going to pull me up and it's going to show my grades, it's going to show my attendance, show my discipline, it's going to show am I in an academic intervention, kind of like a cross section of all that stuff. So like when you're talking about the metrics, one thing that gives me confidence in this, because actually Board Member Anderson, we asked the same question that you did at the very first time it came through committee, like, hey, this looks great, and it's something I like, you know, I like, but you can't just do something because somebody likes it, right? Like, how do we substantiate this? And what they brought back to the committee that helped me feel very confident is that all of this is going to get streamlined, like, through EduClimber, and I like that we're, like, using the sabers. Like Mr. Weir said, it's not like, oh, here's New Root and New Root's own assessment. It's New Root is part of, like, a multi-pronged approach to responding to be both preventative and reactive to behavior and discipline. So I'm confident that our district has a behavior plan. We don't just have that singular SEL curriculum and we're just like hoping for the best, right? We've got the SEL curriculum for the younger kids. You heard we've got it for the older kids. We have our code of conduct. We have support for the code of conduct in our buildings with the staff that we've hired to help enforce it. And we also have New Root and all of this training and capacity building that's going on with our teachers and our administrators to support actual development in the skills it takes for students and teachers and for schools as communities to outgrow a lot of the behavior and discipline issues that kids and, you know, kind of bring sometimes to classrooms, right? And so I really like the whole thing with EduClimber is I know you were talking about like numbers. You can actually see in there like, okay, Megan's tardy like 9 days in a row or whatever, all this stuff, and it'll pop up, and you can draw like a phase line. So a lot of the stuff that you're talking about is like touchy-feely qualitative stuff or whatever, like that gets cued in there, and then they say, hey, here's the intervention that happened. So Megan's doing we did some stuff with Megan because it's really unacceptable. You can't be tardy. You can't be punching kids in the face in the hallway or whatever Megan's up to lately, right? And then you can see right there, and it's all like quantifiable. What was the trend line before? Here's the phase line where we start the intervention, and then where's the trend line afterwards? So while it's not going to necessarily be, I mean, you can get like number of incidents, but even if stuff's not being reported in terms of incidents, you'll be able to see like data for attendance data. You'll be able to like have teacher write-ups. So even if like I get written up and I'm not, you know, suspended, like those write-ups are still all going to be in there streamlined through EduClimber. So a lot of the qualitative stuff gets quantified anyway. You know what I'm saying? You know, also, like the way that we know, for example, that there's an increase in suicidal ideation in teenagers comes from qualitative data analysis. So qualitative data is like just as analytically valid as quantitative data. You really need both to get a whole picture of like how programs are effective. And so like when we do the SABRs or the YRBS, all of which are things that are based on grant funding that have been successful in other districts, that the national, like the government uses to decide how much funding to allocate to mental health, like all that's based on qualitative feedback, like surveying students. Do you feel safe at home? How many, you know, how often are you bullied and things like that, you know? So I just want you to know, like I emphasize very strongly where you're coming from because this is something I take very seriously and you don't want to have just like a wishy-washy, like, oh, this feels good and sounds good, like, let's do it. I feel extremely confident based on what's been presented in both committee meetings that we have very reliable metrics that are going to show us those trend lines and whether or not this is something that will continue to be worthwhile. I feel convinced based on those 2 committee meetings that we've had that it has already been worthwhile. So that's my 75 cents on that topic. Thanks.
So kind of also to weigh in, again, we are addressing, this item comes as a remedy to something that we know is an issue in our district. One, we have been identified by the state as having disproportionality. 5,534 kids in the district, 21%, 21.9% African American, 32% white, 34% Hispanic. We're talking about issues of proportionality, where in our district, is it the black students have more disciplinary action against them?
Correct.
All right. So some people might say, well, if all the black kids are doing these things, then that's why the action is happening against them. But the state has identified Beloit and said, hey, this is an issue, you need to look into it. Also with students with disabilities. Out of 5,534 kids, 15.3% of those are students with disabilities. But I'm sure the students with disabilities have a greater proportion of the discipline than students without disabilities. So from those data points, you're able to see that if you got this many kids, why do they have this many infractions? And so I think another important part about to set the context of this for us as a school district, as we address student achievement, are our students learning? Are they at, above, or below where they need to be to demonstrate the benchmarks and the standards for the grade that they're in? A second thing that we know we need to address is the learning environment. I've worked in schools 24 years. Kids fight. Kids fought when you were in school, no matter how old you are. The things that we are trying to do to address student behavior in our district so that we're not characterized as these are not places of learning, these are places of violence. That's what this initiative is meant to address, because part of that takes place, because as a school board, we have a code of conduct. We have a code of conduct for students and a code of conduct for employees. And when students don't follow that code of conduct, there's a classroom teacher and there's a building administrator who work together, and we have a very prescriptive code of conduct also. I know because I was an assistant principal in Beloit and I've used that code of conduct. So in our district, we have policy and we have people that are in charge of administering consequences for behaviors. But policies and people administering consequences per behavior, that is not fixing the problem that we have. It comes to the classroom, and the building leader and the classroom teacher are like the greatest portion of that, because since we have more than one building, we have more than one way things are being done. The purpose of this new route, this is a professional development to build the capacity of our teachers, because if we don't do anything, we already know the results that we're going to get. Like I said, I think that, with the misconceptions of we're already using positive behavior interventions, we're already attempting parts of restorative justice, is that, we're human beings and there's going to be conflict. But how do we handle that conflict? How do we get ourselves back into a right relationship with each other? And for students that'll see each other for 180 days in a school year, and if you're talking about the context of us growing up in Beloit, you're going to see somebody in kindergarten and you might be next to that person for the next 13 years of your life. And then you'll live in the city with them. You're going to meet their brothers and sisters, their cousins, all of that. That is what living in Beloit is. And so what we're identifying, and that this program is working not only to work with the teachers and the administrators in the building, the students, and then reach out to the parents, but this is something we're expecting to impact our whole community. If we weren't doing this, if we didn't follow the research that our administrators have provided to come up with this solution, is it a silver bullet? We'll find out. They're going to get trained and we're going to implement those practices. But if we weren't going to use this bullet, what bullet would we be using? That's the thing. They've put the time and the effort into the study over a year, and that's really the decision that we're at. Are we going to use this or use nothing? So then I guess the question, again, that we come to is what do we want to do? And I heard you about the time. I think for me, let's say the balance in all of this is just like the decisions that we'll make tonight about, like I said, we were a district of 7,500 kids. We're a district of 5,500 thereabout. And there's adjustments that we're making and still continuing to make. But with everything else that we've done, there are procedures and we've laid things out. We're trying to make decisions. Our practice as a board has been that when things come up, we need to work our way through things sometimes. So we talk them out. Sometimes we put things on the consent agenda, like I said again, because this has already come through the committee. The way that we have worked over the last 2 years is it goes through the committees. After it passes out of the committee, if there's significant need for discussion at the board level, it happens. But usually things get on the consent agenda because if, there might be some questions, but if not, it moves fast. Not because people are trying to hide anything, but that's how you don't end up in the meeting till 10 or 11 o'clock. So you got to understand that balance that we're working towards. I think the other difference is, so the question about timing and when to do, it would be a matter of, I have to ask Dr. Garrison, for where we're trying to be, and I know you got many things in the queue, what does a delay to April 18th look like? What's the impact on the other things that are in line?
A delay for this conversation, or approving, or going to vote for this conversation?
Is that what you meant? Right.
So if we went to vote April 18th, it wouldn't, these conversations are starting next year. If that makes sense. So we always try to get ahead of budgets, and naturally, this was something that we want to, move forward with. That is the administration's recommendation. And so unless I'm misspeaking, Mrs. Beavers, delaying it to April 18th wouldn't, stop us from doing anything different.
So then I'll survey the board members, because we also develop consensus. Just how do you feel about not taking action tonight on this item? And we'll start with board member Levy, Schneider, work our way back down, and then Spencer and Megan. People in person and then people online.
We've had presentations on the program with New Route at board level and at committee level several times. I don't see that there is a need to postpone the decision to a later date. I think we should take action this evening.
I'm comfortable with taking action this evening.
Again, I'm going to try to be as nice as possible. Considering this new route, and I've talked with a couple of administrators to try to get something going with the community, parent involvement, and just the board aspect as in what we know what's going on, what we see what's going on, and the work that we need to do. So to Board Member Anderson, if you've seen like the kids that I've seen or been in the classrooms that I've been in, it's really hard to not vote for this for me. The data is in the classrooms. For me, 6 kids come out of this district successful. I had a conversation with someone in the community, and they were complaining how, I'm gonna go on a rant. President Levy, please stop me okay, dang, okay. I had to explain to this individual that I had 5 strong black males come through this district, and they didn't do it by themselves. But the educators that they had was really, really understanding of what kind of home these individuals came from. So when we really look at something like New Root, we have to be able to speak to the masses, as in we had a lot of single parent homes. We had a lot of single dads and moms that's struggling. So this helps our educators be a little more sufficient in the classrooms. And then when you're bringing the parents that's in the home with two mom and dad or whatever, you have to be mindful of the help that they could bring. And then you add on the community, which right now we are divided. This helps us come together. So it's going to be 3 years. It could be 4 years, 5 years. It's just something that I don't feel comfortable passing up, and I would like to vote on it tonight. To be clear, was I dignified?
You have to get, so we have served together, all of us, the 7 of us. And at times the job is difficult because there's lots of criticism, which is fine because you're a public official. But sometimes there's some undue criticism. And so sometimes there's gentle reminders like that to help each other, do the job the way that it should be done for the people that we're serving. So you're welcome. And if I get out of line, somebody let me know too.
Absolutely not.
All right. Anderson and Miller.
Did Brian get his chance to, he kind of sort of, but I just want to make sure Brian had his chance to.
We'll give him the last thought.
say what he wanted.
Spencer Anderson first.
All right. I'm okay with going to vote on this tonight. And if it passes, as Dr. Garrison said, that if anything does change, that he would bring this back to us and allow us to amend what we have to do. So.
Miller.
Yeah, I thought you were being efficient with the use of the name Anderson. I was like, hey, sweep them together. All right, cool. No, I feel like I've seen satisfactory data. Like, I understand that it's like a year 0, and in the educational data that I work in every day, I've seen sufficient reasoning to move forward, and I'm happy to vote on it tonight.
A. Levy. I missed that. I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. So then I'll just add, and we'll give Board Member Anderson the last one. I guess the other part we're trying to demonstrate sometimes, because we have more people here than usual, is that even as a board, we may have disagreements, but we try to handle the issue, address it, seek everyone's input, and then move forward. So those are things that we think were important for us to demonstrate as a school board, so that we are not dysfunctional and causing the district not to be able to achieve its goals. As I said before, I'm fine with moving forward. In regards to disciplinary issues in the school, each year is its own thing, just like an athletic competition. Each game is its own game, whether there's foul called or not. But the issue that I'm looking forward in this is that we know that we're addressing student behaviors. Because sometimes when people have a club that they want to swing at you, the learning behaviors in your district, well, you got to answer a problem that you have. And this is one of those answers. So I'd like to not delay in our implementation of that.
Yeah, I just say, I appreciate the conversation, and like I said, one of 7, so looks like we'll vote on it tonight.
So is there a motion for this item?
I move to approve years
approval.
2 and 3 of the Restorative Justice Program with New Root for a cost of $609,800, not to exceed.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Member Jawan Winfield. Mr. Shope, could I have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. I just have to catch up for a second. Okay. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Jawan Winfield,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Nay.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried 6-1.
All right, so the printing services have been removed. C, Food Service Management Company RFP.
I can pull it up for you shortly.
All right, thank you. While we're pulling up the presentation for you guys to see, Board President Levy and the rest of the board, appreciate the opportunity to expand a little bit on our RFP for the food process here. I think some of you also might have a handout to go along with it.
Oh, is he controlling it? Because he's not here. Who's controlling the presentation?
Michelle Shoulders.
Okay. You're trying. I got you. Okay. Well, tech issues there as we work our way through.
No worry. Since the first slide is the title slide, I'll just give a little bit of overview. So currently our food vendor is Aramark, and so their contract was going to be expiring around June, July, which would be why we opened up the bid process. And so we created a committee of roughly 12 folks that was made up of administrators, teachers, community partners, directors, nurses. So just a vast majority of different professionals within the school district of Beloit. So that's just a little bit of background on there. So we'll stick on the timeline slide. I'm going to spend some time on this one because I'll give a high overview of where we're at. So as I just briefly mentioned, Aramark is our current food provider. Their contract will be expiring soon. And so we opened the bid process open to the public on January 12th, which was a Thursday. 2 weeks later, we opened up our sites. We chose an elementary, an intermediate, and a high school to allow all potential vendors or bidders to come in, see what we have access to in terms of equipment, materials, spacing, et cetera. They then were able to create a proposal from that, and then they submitted their bids, which on February 14th, we met here at Colac at roughly 2:00 p.m. We ended up with 6 bids, which is the most we've had for quite some time. We actually had 3 of those potential vendors who joined us on that day as well. We opened those up, and then the committee, which I mentioned earlier, which was comprised of about 12 different people, we met the week of February 20th through the 24th. We tried to be super intentional, knowing that we had 6 different vendors. We broke down and did 2 vendors each day. I kind of reminded the committee earlier, this was also when we had the crazy weather. So we did have a snow day. So on Monday we met, we talked about 2 different vendors. There's a rubric that will be on your very last page as well, if you're wondering kind of how each vendor was critiqued or rated. And then on Tuesday, we proceeded with our next 2 vendors, and then on the snow day, we still met virtually to follow the same process consistently, look at the rubric, how would we score them based off of all the documents and things that they submitted within their proposal. And this is where we tried to be inclusive on February 28th. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. We had 2 out of our 6 elementaries, and again, this was partially comprised of the people who sat on the committee, which was open to a lot of the administrators who were able to commit their time to doing that, because it was kind of probably a six-day process just with all of the conversing back and forth. We had BLA, Beloit Memorial High School, and then we also had 2 of our intermediate campuses out of the 4. The asterisk that you see referenced there is the 2 elementary campuses, and that was their parents who also joined us for a total of roughly probably 40 to 50-ish people that night. We also had some different coaches and other staff members of the high school join us, along with a lot of the high school students. So if you go to the next slide, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on these pieces. Chartwell's was one of the top 3 that we looked at in bringing forth, and that actually was also the recommendation that we brought forth to this board in terms of all the feedback, the rubric, and so forth. If you could go to the next slide, please. What I also wanted to highlight, because these were kind of some high-level concerns from some of our students, so I'll save the stories for those pieces for a separate discussion. But basically, we wanted the committee to know that the current staff, it's not like they're going to be washed out. The current staff that is with Aramark will be able to switch over. They also will receive kind of a, oh, sorry, if you go to the next slide, that's the student comments. I apologize. If you can go to the next slide, though, that's just comments from the students. This is where I was talking about the highlights in terms of our current employees who are there now. The ones who are existing there now, so like, for example, being at Todd, Miss Rosa, Miss Barbara Ann, those are just a few of our amazing folks that work in the food service industry with us here. They will be able to retain their jobs, get a $250 signing bonus, and then there's kind of the top 3 levels within the company of Chartwells, which we currently have in the infrastructure of Aramark, and they will be allowed to apply for those positions as well through Chartwells, which is our recommendation. If you can go to the next slide. These are just some more highlights from the night to help capture what we did. Our kids, if you can keep sliding to the next one, please. They were able to give their feedback, so we had kind of comment cards for all of the students and families to kind of give us their overview. And I had shared earlier, our students were very honest about how they felt in terms of the food, how it tasted, et cetera. If you can go to the next one as well. We also took some time and wanted to, again, continue to show gratitude. We appreciated Aramark for the 25 years of service that they have contributed to the school district of Beloit. And so as we get ready to turn the next chapter, our recommendation is that Chartwells would take over July 1st. And that was the rubric that I kind of referenced earlier in terms of how each vendor was rated based off the rubric from DPI. The numbers on the bottom, and I'll ask Don to correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of the return on investment in terms of money that would be returned back to the district through funding of the different companies. And so Chartwells also put an extra line item on there because we gave them our metric, so to speak, and they said we could also do this in addition to that. And so that was kind of just a high-level overview of the process that we did for the RFP process starting all the way back in January of this year.
Board members, any questions or comments?
I have a couple questions just for clarification. I see in, I think it's the first attachment, under Chartwells, it says FSD 6,000 increase. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand what FSD stand for. I'm thinking it's food service something.
Food service director.
Food service director will receive a $6,000 increase if we go with Chartwell. And I also see the $250 signing bonus and that all staff will be retained, but what will be the increase for staff outside of the food service director?
Well, whatever that was in the RFP would be what they would, I mean, on our RFP, we had a workbook that would be what they're making now. I don't know if, do you want to speak to that?
2.5% increase.
Okay, 2.5% increase.
Okay.
Tim Larry from Chartwells.
Hi,
Monica
thank you so
Palmisano,
much.
sorry.
And is there a reason there's a $6,000 increase for our food service director?
Currently, Aramark just hired a new food service director and actually hired him at $8,000 less than what we had recommended. So
will the Aramark food service director be transitioning over to Chartwell, or do we have that information?
So no, they would have to apply. There's 3 of them that would have to apply. The salaried managers would have to apply for their position.
Okay, so all of the directors would receive that increase?
I can't remember if it's, I mean, there is an increase. I don't know if you, can you recall?
Going off of the chart that has the red, the yellow, and the green, it's the scoring rubric. And then under Chartwell, it says FSD $6,000 increase.
Right, so that would be the FSD. So there's 2 assistants as well. So, I mean, we had what we had offered, but do you know and with the assistant? I feel like they were higher.
Okay. Also, it says chef in classroom. If you could, it sounds amazing. If you could expound on what that is.
So we did have a chef in the classroom with our last director. He was a chef. We also have another chef that is an assistant director. We have had chef in the classroom at BLA, and we've had it at other sites that have asked for the chef in the classroom, and we also did it with CLC after school.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, so if Aramark did also have a chef in the classroom, I'm just curious why that wasn't included on the scoring rubric. And then my next question is, it says in the presentation, there's a farm-to-table vending by Canteen. So is Canteen under the umbrella of Chartwell? And is that the same canteen that operates at Black Hawk Technical College?
Do you know that, Tim?
They are a sister company. I don't know about Black Hawk Technical.
Okay.
So our contract would just be with Chartwell. I know that Canteen was also mentioned, so I'm wondering, is that an ancillary vendor? We would not need a separate contract with them. How does that organizational structure work?
It would just be under Chartwell's.
Thank you.
Other board members, any other questions? Okay. Is there a motion? Company RFP.
Based on the results of the RFP and the recommendation from the committee, I move to approve the contract with Chartwell to provide food service for the school district of Beloit beginning the 23-24 school year.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion?
Just one more quick question. What is the duration of this contract?
Yeah, so I forget to mention that earlier. So it is going to be for a 5-year contract, but there's 4 renewals through that process. And so one of the things that we had shared with the committee that we wanted to continue to do, which we did this year, was involve our students of all levels to bring them in for a tasting and a taste testing to really kind of critique and talk about the foods that are being served, because those are the consumers that would receive that on a daily basis. And so to answer your question, be a 5-year with 4 renewals through that process.
Thank you. So just for clarification, the $586,740 is the annual cost?
Back to the district.
Okay, so the number right above that, the 169,649, there's a number, but it doesn't have like a header attached to it.
In our RFP, we asked for improvements and efficiencies, and so the bottom number is what they gave us for the efficiencies. Originally, it was, they're a little bit higher, but they're bringing back more in return. So the 169,000 was actually what, if they were using our static, but they're bringing us back 17,000 in additional efficiencies and revenue for increased participation.
Okay, so I thought I had it, but I don't. So if we go to final results, there's some numbers floating at the bottom that don't have are not assigned, if you could let me finish, that are not assigned to what those numbers mean. So one, if we could just briefly go over that. And then 2, what is the total cost for the 5-year contract? And if I'm understanding it correctly, if it has 4-year renewals, we really are committing to a 1-year contract. Is there any penalty to terminate after that first year?
No.
Okay, so again, if I could get the 5-year total cost and then the per year cost, and if that's different, like if there's inflation or increases that are built in year over year?
It's hard to address the cost factor because it's a per meal. So it's going to be a factor of how many breakfasts are served and how many lunches are served. So we contract with Chartwells and Aramark, at a dollar value per meal that's served. So it's based on the participation.
No, I got that, but we're not just starting to feed kids tomorrow. So we do have some historic data on how many kids we feed breakfast and lunch. So what is the cost that we've been paying to Aramark, and what is the cost that we would be paying to Chartwell is what I'm looking for. And it can be estimated. I'm not looking for a,
You get your bind? No.
No, I don't. Our participation is very low right now. So that was one of the things that we recognized, that they came to us to say, there's efficiencies, we can increase your participation, but our participation has been declining. So we were kind of looking for someone to come and say, this is what we can do for you. And I guess that's why we looked at Chartwell's, because they were the ones that came to us that said, this is what we can do for you. And
so just to clarify while he's pulling up that information, and thank you so much for doing that. When you say that participation is declining, is that because we have fewer students to serve, or more of the students in our building are declining meals?
we have more that are declining meals. We have a committee here that can attest to that, because they were part of our committee. And that was their biggest concern, is we have free meals, why aren't our kids eating?
Got it. Thank you so much.
And I apologize, I only have one vendor, Chartwell's, before me. It'll take me some time to pull up the Aramark values, but the Chartwell's expenditures, based on the RFP values that were provided, equate to $3.8 million, $3,823,401.80. And I understand the questioning about what's the cost, but I think just as important is when you look at the bid matrix. The bid matrix tells us, of the vendors, who's going to provide the greatest return to the district, essentially where are we going to make the most money? And that's with Chartwell's. So their return, $586,740 is calculated, whereas the next bidder offered a $495,969 return.
No, I completely get that. But my question is, if we're voting on this evening, I just want to know what the price tag is. And it can be ballpark, because we don't know exactly how many meals we will serve. I'm assuming that the assumption is that we expect that number to increase. So are you saying that the price tag annually for Chartwell's is $3.8 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so we are doing $3.8 million. Are you able to tell me what we paid Aramark last year?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. Can you tell me immediately if it was more or less than $3.8 million?
I could not.
Okay.
I've only been here for 3 weeks, so
Thank you.
Yep.
And then my last question is there a penalty if after the first year we decide we don't want to renew? I know it's a 5-year contract, but with 4 renewals, is there any penalty for not renewing within those 5 years?
I don't believe so. Tim, you can confirm that? I don't believe so. It's an annual mutual, yeah. Right, it's an annual mutual renewal process that the district has with the food service management company.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So my final question is, and if anyone who has been here longer than 3 weeks can answer, that would be awesome. A ballpark of what we paid Aramark?
Give me a little bit.
Absolutely.
I'm flying through their presentation or their RFP bid right now. So the Aramark expenditures, $3,574,057.95.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
So we're in the same ballpark. And then what we are seeing from this chart, those numbers at the bottom that are not labeled, that the return from Chartwell's is at $586,740.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Is there any more discussion? All right. Ms. Shope, could I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Jawan Winfield,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried 7-0.
D, approval of meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Jawan Winfield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 6A, proposed administrative recommendation for school reconfiguration.
All right, thank you, Board President Levy, and of course, school board members. Tonight, we are going to have a discussion, of course, and around the reconfiguration. I would like to preface our conversation tonight that this conversation around reconfiguration was not easy, but it was necessary. As the school district superintendent, it is my job to bring you recommendations as to our needs and future opportunities in the school district. Whenever we are discussing repurposing schools and or closing schools, I understand that there may be emotions, apprehensions, and just natural feelings of what's next tied to this conversation. In this presentation, my goal is to take us through this journey, of course, that I started when I got here, November the 14th. My goal is to answer as many questions as my team and I can tonight, but please understand that some things we will have to figure out as decisions are made. And over the next few months, outcomes can be definitely determined. When I was interviewing for this position around reconfiguration, as superintendent, reconfiguration did come up in the community sessions and in other possibilities. It was a topic that was discussed due to various conversations that have already been happening here in our school district for many years. Please note that reconfiguration in this conversation was driven by our overall school district's loss of students over many years, okay? So on November 14th, when I assumed the role, I immediately began conversations around reconfiguration and for our school district, noting that is the beginning of our conversations for tonight. So I'm gonna share my screen here real quick. Ms. Shope, do you mind telling me what's on, if you was to take this down, I can see the number. There's a number on the screen right now if I'm going to present. But you know what? I can do it a different way. I can just share it on the board presentation. Give me a second. It's telling me that Google Chrome may not have screen mirroring opportunities. So let me switch over to Safari. Maybe Safari can help me out today. My apologies. think it's this might pop up here. Okay. Now I need to go to it's a different presentation. Give me 1 second. What's in my calendar? Yeah, I had to switch over to Chrome, different browsers. So now you see me in Chrome, and then that's where you got two of me up there now. You see me in Chrome and Safari. So what's all right? No freezing. Yeah. So give me 1 second again. I'll make sure I'm on. Let me close off the Chrome one. And my apologies for that, but I'm moving as fast as I can here. All right. And there we have it. All right. Oh, yeah. So, again, reconfiguration in our school district, again, wasn't always easy, having this conversation coming in. But it is a conversation that we've been having in the school district of Beloit for many years now. Naturally, when I hit the ground November the 14th, the following week I did send out a survey, and over the next 2 or 3 weeks or so into December, this survey was given, and these were some of the results from the survey. And overall, I can't talk about reconfiguration without first understanding that we had grade band conversations as well. That all put us in this conversation around the possible repurposing of our school district through a K3 to 5th grade, 6, 8, and 9, 12. Of course, the blue highlighted section is kind of what we went towards, not kind of what we went towards, and it did help us kind of set the stage for the next steps in the conversation. Naturally, this is just some of the information from that survey. Again, it was very important that I noted this part in the conversation tonight, that the reconfiguration was a survey that was put out naturally. The grade band conversation was really helped drive kind of where we are right now in this conversation. So I've been talking about this for quite some time now, and you've heard this conversation for quite some time now. We are at the reconfiguration conversation because of declining enrollment, to the tune of over 1,897 students over the past 6 years. If I was to give you another, like a little line here, you see where the cursor is there, you would see us being a little higher in our populations in the 15-16 school year. So we've lost students over the course of many years here in the school district, and that is what's driving the conversation around reconfiguration in our school district. One could argue that when you have these types of declining enrollment conversations, you have to look at what else do we need to do to be fiscally responsible in our school district, plus what else do we need to do to make sure that we're able to service all of our students the best possible way. And when we did the reconfiguration to a K3 through 5th grade conversation, 6, 8, 9, 12, what it automatically did was it disrupted our current configuration, which is K3, 4, 8, 9, 12. You will be removing 2 grade levels back to elementary schools, which will definitely impact our middle school conversation. And so that's why when we're talking about repurposing and when we're talking about repurposing and possibly closing schools in our school district, that left us with 4 middle schools that had an average of about 260 kids, okay? Because we moved 2 grade levels back to elementary schools. And so that meant, again, that left us on average 4 middle schools with 260 kids. When you can't, and then when you have buildings the size of the buildings that we have here in Beloit, buildings that could easily fit, all our kids, and not all of our kids, not all buildings, but buildings that could easily fit thousands of students, that becomes a concern that we have to address. So again, on February 21st, I kind of got a little ahead of myself. We had this conversation here, and this is where we went to the K3 through 5th grade, 6, 8, and 9, 12 conversation. The reconfiguration is noted here because, again, by doing so, we had to have additional conversations around what we were going to actually have to do with our middle school buildings, and that, again, 260 students on average would be in each of the 4 buildings. okay? And our 4 buildings, again, can hold anywhere from 875 students, let's just say 900 to 1,300 students, okay? All 4 of our buildings can hold up to that maximum amount. I believe that this reconfiguration also aligned to our strategic plan, where we actually had to focus on all of these themes here because we've had many conversations around our student achievement, our culture, whole child engagement, of course, even finance, all captured in these conversations over the past 3 or 4 months since I've been here. But again, as Board President Levy has mentioned and other board members, this is not a new conversation because I've been having them frequently, a lot, in our school district over the past 4 months. This kind of lays out a timeline, and I like to, kind of just take a little bit of time here just to make sure people understand that, yes, I did not come in here to just, move something fast through a conversation. Again, these conversations around reconfiguration have been happening in our school district dating back since 2017-ish school year. I happened to walk into the conversation and restart the conversation a little bit and get more movement towards it. And that kind of brought us to where we are today. So again, on February 21st, we made the decision to move to a K-3 to 5th grade, 6, 8, 9, 12 school district. And then right away on February the 27th, I began having conversations in the communities around the impact this will have on our intermediate schools. So on February 22nd, I met with Aldridge, March 2nd, McNeil, March 6th, Cunningham, March 8th, Frusen. I had a virtual session. I met at Colac and at Colac again. And now that brings us to kind of where we are in our board meeting. Now, these conversations weren't, come in, sit down, leave types of conversations. Each of these conversations, I tried to keep it in a bite-sizable time frame where people actually want to come and share, but also making sure that we were able to capture everything that will need to happen in a reconfiguration conversation that will, again, directly impact our middle schools. And so in each of these conversations, there was about 16 to 20 people that participated in each of the building level conversations. Those are very important because I believe it allowed me to, again, state all of this data that I just kind of, gave you all, but it allowed me to also show our community members that this is a necessary impact. This is a necessary conversation that we have to have, and that we are moving towards this conversation in the most, not necessarily expeditious possible way, but in the most thoughtful way as well. But that's why I wanted to make sure that I went to each of the buildings to have the conversations with each of the community members that chose to come out. Naturally, this also is guided by our policy 990, which talks about a retirement of our facilities. Our facilities retirement policy is as such. It talks about educational flexibility, the neighborhood in which certain facilities may be in, and then, of course, cost. Again, one of the determining factors in this conversation, again, is we cannot have 260 kids on average in 4 middle schools. That's just one of the things that we have to just be, at this point, not necessarily honest about, but just recognize that's kind of what brought us here. Again, declining enrollment was a major factor in us having these conversations. So in these conversations at the building level, we talked about, of course, after going through all the data, and I'm not going to go over that presentation with you all because on March 21st, I actually did that presentation where I talked about all the things that we went through. But this is like a fast forward conversation as it pertains to what we actually discussed. So after going through the data, I really want each of the buildings to think about 3 major factors. Number 1, based off of our numbers, we could technically put all of our students in one building, okay? And that one building would be Aldridge, all right? I did not make that wasn't a secret to anyone because everyone was able to see the data as I made the presentations around which school buildings were the largest and which school buildings were the smallest. And so I wanted everyone to make sure that, those are some of the thoughts that they had going into the possibilities and questions conversation. So number 1, we could actually put all of our students in one building. Could be a possibility for our school district. Number 2, a building on either side of town. Could be a possibility for our school district. And number 3, 2 buildings on the same side of town. Could be a possibility for our school district as well. In that we have 4 middle schools, that's kind of what it boiled back to as pertains to decisions that I would need to bring to the board for a decision. Again, I take this conversation very closely, took it to heart. I really did listen and look at a lot of different possibilities for our district, and here were some of the connecting opportunities that we had. I do still have all of these posters. I was going to bring them all and hang them up around the room, but hopefully you can, use this picture opportunity here as a proof that we did have these meetings in the community. Naturally, some of the possibilities that came out of the two questions, because sometimes it's a little bit hard for people to think about, what if your building may be repurposed or closed? And so I really push people to think about possibilities. And if you couldn't think about the possibilities that this building that you're currently in could be closed, what are some of the questions that you may have? And so that is the way I garnered participation in these meetings. It was very strategic of me to do it that way. And I wanted to be thoughtful as well, but I also wanted to make sure that people had the context in which we needed to move these conversations forward to actually get real feedback from. And so as you can tell here, this slide I had in my previous presentation, I thought I'll bring it back just for the community to actually see. I think you can see here that the possibilities are endless for some of the buildings that may be repurposed and or left open. And then, of course, questions that some people may have as well that popped up in these conversations. Most of the questions that you see here will be answered, of course, throughout this process. Some of the questions I couldn't answer in the community sessions because naturally we hadn't gotten to the point where we are today, where a possible decision could be made. And so I accepted those questions as face value, but I also wanted to make sure that we had the possibilities conversation as well. Like, what could you see some of our buildings actually becoming? So the district administration recommends that Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate Schools serve all students in grades 6th through 8th, and Beloit Learning Academy relocate to Cunningham Intermediate School. That is the district's administration's recommendation. Again, most of my presentation captured in the March the 21st conversation, but I also just shared the majority of those slides as pertains to the data with you all tonight. This recommendation is, again, not solely based on, East versus West or West versus East. To me, my recommendations are always based off of kind of where we need to see our district 3 to 5 years from now. And knowing that we are in the conversation around declining enrollment, that's another thing that we've all talked about in the many presentations that I've had, and that our overall numbers as it pertains to declining enrollment has not plateaued yet. We could still possibly put all of our students in one building. And that one building would have been on the east side of town. And so the district administration, again, is recommending that Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate Schools serve all students in grades 6th through 8th, and Beloit Learning Academy relocate to Cunningham Intermediate School. So what does that actually look like? Students who are scheduled to attend Cunningham Intermediate School at the start of 2023 school year will shift to the Fruzen Intermediate School, and students who are scheduled to attend McNeil Intermediate School at the start of 2023-2024 school year will shift to the Aldridge Intermediate School. I do want to note that any specialized, individualized programs, specialized or individualized programming will be determined via an IEP process, so we are taking that into consideration as well. Again, please note that the 260 kids on average that will be but that will remain in those 4 buildings will be shifting over to 2 other buildings. I know when you look at this slide, one could think, okay, well, the intermediate schools will be they will be about the same size they are now, but with about 520 or so students being in each of the 2 buildings. I think it's very important to note that because, again, 260 plus 260 is 520. Again, this is the information that I was able to share, again, with all throughout the communities and all through the community sessions, as well as, again, with the board, as well with other virtual opportunities as well. These conversations, again, I've been having as it pertains to our declining enrollment and numbers, again, since I arrived. Again, the potential opportunities included, as you saw on the previous slide, McNeil McNeil Intermediate site could become a community space to allow future partnerships that serve School District of Beloit staff, families, students, and community. This was also highlighted in a lot of the community feedback. Cummingham will become a new space for Beloit Learning Academy, as well as expansion for alternative or other alternative and supportive programs. And the current Beloit Learning location will be closed to reduce overall expenditures. And so these are the possible opportunities that I wanted to make sure that I included. And again, most of those you saw, some of those you saw may be here in the possibilities and questions conversation. So naturally, with that being stated, one will argue what are some of the next steps. I tried to not make this conversation about, it went from like 50 slides to about 35 slides to about 25 slides to kind of where we are today because, again, I've been having these conversations throughout in the public, in the community, and of course at the board level. And so I didn't want to repeat over and over the same information to members in the community and of course here in the audience today. But what are some next steps for our students? As a result of the reconfiguration recommendation based on approval tonight, information will be sent to families by early next week, April 10th through the 14th. Again, this is all based on approval. I just want to make sure I put that out there as next to possible steps. Transportation will be provided for students and more details will come in April and May. Orientation meetings for families in late May and in June will also transpire at the building levels because naturally we're moving 260 kids over to new buildings, right? And naturally, we want to make sure that they are, well acclimated to the new building prior to even stepping in the building, if it's decided upon tonight in September. For staff, naturally, there's going to be a lot of questions that comes with this. Meetings with building staff will start based on approval as early as April the 6th and will extend to April the 12th to all of the intermediate schools that are directly impacted by this decision. Naturally, we have to have a process for when we are closing or repurposing buildings, and part of those process that we have to follow is we have to offer voluntary resignations, and of course, we've already opened up retirement opportunities here in our school district, which a lot of our staff have already tapped into as a district, and so naturally, that is something that we have already started as it pertains to the retirement conversations. But I do have to send out a voluntary resignation letter before we actually able to have this next part of the conversation, which is notifications of layoffs in the district. And naturally, a lot of teachers have been asking me over and over, when will we know? When will we know? When will we know whether or not we're going to be a part of our school district moving forward? And the goal here is April the 30th. But a lot of these conversations can't start until the decision is made, even on tonight. And so there are many steps that has to happen once the decision is made. This is one of the steps in that process. There's much more in that process. Naturally, we want to, again, notify students. We want to make sure that transportation information is out there. We have to sit down with our other directors and start talking about scheduling and sections of classes. That helps determine how many teachers we're going to be able to bring back. There's people services thoughts that comes with this as well, but none of that can necessarily happen until a decision is made around this reconfiguration. Staff assignments will be finalized or to be finalized on or before May 15th. So naturally, there's going to be possible layoffs that comes with this decision by April the 30th. And then, of course, we want to finalize our staff assignments for the before May the 15th. And from a, I hate to say statutorily situation, but we do want to follow a real tight process and the timeline once the decision is made because of kind of where we are in this process. I do need to note that, again, it wasn't the district administration's goal, in this case me, to prolong this conversation. That was not my goal, but I did have to take necessary steps to get to where we are today. It wasn't an easy conversation, and I want to make sure that I put thanks out to everyone who came out and participated in those listening sessions across the school district, and the people that possibly, not possibly, but the people who participated, even in the virtual session, I want to say thank you as well. One of the, I hate to say curveballs, one of the other thoughts that we have to consider in this conversation is that, whenever we're talking about like working with people, these are connections that we're making. And I truly want to make sure that our school district understands that throughout this process, my goal has been to make connections, no matter the conversation tonight, but my goal has always been to make connections. And hopefully throughout this process, and since I've been here as a superintendent, people can see that I have wholeheartedly put my time in to make connections necessary to get us to the point that we are today, whether it's in the referenda conversation, a student achievement conversation, and again, now we're talking about reconfiguration. I wholeheartedly have put a lot of time in trying to get us to kind of where we are right now in this conversation. So that's the presentation. Naturally, I put the QR code here because in the presentations itself, I was trying to make sure I captured any other thoughts that people may have came up with that they may not have been able to think about during the presentation. So I was still able to capture even afterthoughts with the community as we walked through this conversation. And so with that being stated, I'm drawing us back to the recommendation screen here. District administration or myself recommends that the Fruzen Intermediate and Aldridge Intermediate Schools serve all students in grades 6th through 8th and Beloit Learning Academy relocate to Cunningham Intermediate School.
All right, board members, questions, comments, seeking clarification, we'll just throw your hands up in the chat and then we'll move that way. Give everybody a kick once and then we'll loop back around. Amy Levy.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Garrison, for the presentation. One question, one comment. So in the presentation, you're recommending that BLA closes and that those students and staff transfer to Cunningham. How many students and staff do we currently have at BLA? And then what is the capacity at Cunningham? And I know you said that there would be room to expand for other alternative programming, but my concern is how large is the gap between those two numbers for efficiency of that building for that purpose?
And thank you for your question. The first part is, how many of your question was how many staff we currently?
Students and staff at BLA.
Correct. I think we have, I do have the principal here tonight, and I don't want to misspeak. So, Mrs. Schroeder, do you mind sharing with me how many staff you currently have?
Sure.
Dr. Schroeder, sorry.
Staff-wise, if we were to include all of the adults, we're at 25. And then we are still in the process of enrolling students for term 4, but we're at 155. On site, we oversee more programs than that, but physically on site, 155.
So just under 200 students and staff physically at BLA. And then just ballpark, what's the capacity at Cunningham?
The capacity at Cunningham ranged from 800 and I want to say 75 students to, I can go to the other presentation to give you an exact number, but it's higher than 875 students.
No, that's fine. So we would be looking at about 25 to 25% occupancy at Cunningham.
Correct.
Does that give you pause in this recommendation?
Well, there was a lot of different decisions and discussions that was made in this thought. Number one, BLA's building was never a high school. It was, I believe, a elementary school. I want to say it was right school. Okay, thank you. I don't want to misspeak, so it was right school. There's certain amenities that elementary school has that is not always made for high school students, and we've been making it work from my understanding and from my observation here since I've arrived. Another thing that I had to take a look at with the overall building, that building also unfortunately doesn't have AC. Our students that, someone could argue have some of the greatest needs didn't have the adequate necessary space and, of course, necessary accommodations that I believe every student should have in our school district. Naturally, there's all the conversations with BLA that we are also looking at with the infrastructure of the building. There's a lot of different costs that we have to address at BLA. One being a parking lot that could cost anywhere from $500,000 or so up. And so there's just a lot of things that went into that thought of, okay, we have a space where we could actually use a wing or so at Cunningham, if decided upon tonight, that our students could occupy and be closer to our high school as well, because our students do still interact with each other. Our students do still have conversations about, just being a loiter. And to me, this also provides that opportunity for our students to be, close in proximity of the high school, as well as servicing the greatest need, which is, again, giving them a space that kind of fits their overall age appropriateness. So I do understand the question, but my answer is yes. I do still believe that that's a great space for them to occupy in this conversation.
Is that all you had? Or?
I'm processing.
Okay.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, the administration is comfortable with Cunningham potentially being at about 20% occupancy, because it's my understanding that part of the reason for the reconfiguration is to save money and be efficient with our use of space. And I understand, and thank you for providing the context for those that may not be aware of the physical building at BLA and the money that we need to go into that building to make it what it needs to be for our students. Just so we're clear, 20% occupancy at Cunningham is the most efficient option, and I think
Sure.
there's some people in the back.
Go ahead. Ms. Meaver, go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to point out that on his slide, also for opportunities for growth, and Dr. Schrader just mentioned that we have many alternative programs. So when we think about moving BLA to a more appropriate building, because we do have two high schools, right? One that looks like a high school and is potentially more developmentally services students that are in high school. There is space there to move in other programs. And so if you go to that slide where it says opportunities, Dr. Garrison, that's mentioned on that slide, so that we may be in the beginning initially housing about 25% occupancy, but that allows us then as an umbrella to section off that school and think about programming down the road as we reimagine alternative programming, and then also ones that we already have kind of spread throughout the city.
Thank you so much, and I'm almost done because I want to hear from my other colleagues. So the students that are off-site, is the plan to bring them on-site with the virtual learning, or is the plan to keep them as virtual learners?
So we have to make sure that our families have the opportunity to still come back with us. So we never close off the idea of coming back to a building. I believe sometimes when we think about virtual or extended learning or distance learning, naturally one thinks it's a way, but students could actually be in the building and still be virtual. And that provides opportunities for us to have, let's say a learning lab where virtual students could come and be in a building with people and still be virtual with their virtual instructors. And so those are possibilities.
No, I appreciate that, but is there a desire for that to happen from the students? Are they saying, I still want the flexibility of virtual learning, but yes, if I had the opportunity, I would like to be in a building doing my virtual learning?
That is something that we can explore as it pertains to asking them the specific question. I just want to make sure people know that that's an opportunity for them. I have not asked the virtual students if they would like to be in the building.
Thank you so much. Those are all of my questions for right now, but my comment is that I would like to follow our cadence of we receive the information, we process the information, and then at the following meeting, we make a decision. I would not be comfortable with making a decision on this evening. Thank you.
All right. Board Member Schneider.
A number of comments. First of all, Dr. Garrison, thank you for the hard work that you've put into looking at what the best options are for our school district to move forward, both for the students and for the budget. Having taught in Wright School a number of years ago, it was very clear then that there were some structural issues that would need to be taken care of in the building if we were going to continue to occupy that for a period of time. I mean, it was closed as an elementary school because of the needs that were there. You know, the rooms are small, the hallways are not very wide. Students have a great opportunity to appropriately or inappropriately interact with each other in the building and in the hallways. There just isn't the space that is there. You know, that I agree that, and I'm sure that it's in worse shape now than it was when I was there. So I definitely agree with that building needs to be closed. Cunningham would be a great opportunity. There is space there. Students can spread out. I think it would be a better learning opportunity and less chances for negative interaction within the building. And so can provide a better opportunity there. I also know that there are a lot of decisions that need to be made after the board makes a decision on the reconfiguration. And some of those have some deadlines to them. So I would not like to put this off. Because of that, that puts a real time crunch on trying to get all of those things done before the end of the year, as well as it's unfair for us to continue to keep our staff and our parents in a stressful position, not knowing what's going to happen, where they're going to be, if they're going to have a job. I mean, we need to be able to provide time for them if they're not going to continue with Beloit to find another job. I mean, this is their livelihood. You know, it's to delay it even 2 more weeks is pushing everything back closer and closer to the end of the year. And I think that would be very unfair to the staff and also the parents and the students to just know what's happening. So I think it would be appropriate for us to move forward with this decision tonight. You know, a lot of the information that we've all heard before, and we've had discussions on it. So there isn't anything here that we haven't heard.
All right. Next. Who's going next? Spencer Anderson.
So I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but how many kids are currently going to, like, if they're on the east side, how many kids are actually going to the west side schools currently?
Can I get your question one more time? How many students are in the building? Sorry.
So how many kids that actually like live on the east side of the school or east side of the city go to west side schools?
So currently we have 117 students that live on the west side of the school district that attend schools on the east side. Is that the, I'm sorry.
I don't know how he meant it.
How
He
did-
said how many on the east side go to the west side. And I think you
Yeah.
just told him.
Oh, I told him west to east. I'm sorry. I don't have that. I do not have the information. My apologies. Thank you for clarifying the question. I heard I heard 2 things there. I do not have the answer of how many students that live on the east side of town attend schools on the west side of town. I do have the response around how many students that attend school on the west side of town that go on the east side of town. And there's currently 117 students in our school district, K-8, that attend school on the east side of town that live on the west side of town. Spencer, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Ms. Anderson, my apologies.
And so out of curiosity, how many staff members are getting impacted by this decision tonight?
So that's a tough question to answer. Once we make the decision, I can then actually go back and really look at kind of what we will have to kind of work with. We naturally are still in the process of teachers resigning and retiring. And so as those positions come open, naturally there's less positions that we have to lay off. And so this is kind of working side by side with each other. And like I stated, that some of the answers will still come by the end of this school year. But right now, I have to make decisions based off of where we are with our current staff, with our current numbers, and again, make adjustments as needed based off of our retirements and resignations, in which we have had a few of those since we made the announcement around retirements. As it pertains to resignations, those happen, throughout the school year. And I did some hiring freezes early in the school year. I want to note that. I know I've stated that in different conversations. So there was retirement freezes that I did when I assumed the role starting in January, where there was about 20 or 30 positions, various categorical positions that I froze to also think about possibly where we were going. And so we've saved a lot of positions, and that we did the freezing. And then now we have the retirements and the resignations right behind them. And so it's I hate to say a moving target, but it's a moving pendulum that works side by side with that. So I can't give you a direct answer, Mr. Anderson, around how many staff members that may be impacted by this, because again, there's many different factors that comes with who stays and who may be laid off.
All right. Just so everyone's aware of where my position is too for tonight. I think we owe it to our staff to try to come to a vote tonight, because at least then we are giving them an idea that something is happening, and it gives them more time to figure out what's going to come next for them. And I really don't want the staff feeling like they have to scramble to change something that's in their life. So I feel better if we made a vote tonight on this topic.
All right, I got you down as a now. Next.
I'll jump in if nobody else does. First of all, Dr. Garrison, thanks for the work. I know this is one of just a couple things that we put on your plate very early on for you to work on. So it's like you said, from November 14th. I've heard that date a lot because we're gonna remember that date for a while. And so it reminds me of a saying where it said, God doesn't give you patience, but He puts you in positions in which to be patient. And I think this is an opportunity for the board to say, you know what, we can stay in our lane. We can rely on our superintendent, the staff, the committees he's formed, the opinions he's sought out, and keep this thing moving forward on a pace that it needs to be effective for the next school year. So I would be in favor of taking action on it this evening.
I'll go next. Dr. Garrison, appreciate you coming up with this nice presentation. I know, like everybody said, we've been talking about this for a while. Just a couple of questions. How many people do you think average came to those 7 meetings that you had? That's an average number.
Sure. I would say on average 16, 18 people.
I'm willing to vote on this tonight, so I'm a now, President Levy. I just would like to know that I know you're going to be diligent to giving the students everything. Oh, that for me? I appreciate it. Oh, that's not for me. Sorry. I mean, if we had in our bottles of water, I would. I'm sorry. I just finished. My bad. I would like our parents, our staff to know, and I bring this up every time we talk about this, I was one of those parents that was smacked in the face with going to 4 different schools. I know it's something that we need to do. I hate the fact that we have to do it, but I think it's going to just, in the long run, help us get to where we need to be. So,
I got you down. Next.
Hey, this is Megan. All right, yeah, so this is our first go around just to weigh in on whether or not we're voting this evening. So is that correct? So if I have additional thoughts or questions, I should save that for the next go around?
No, so like ask your questions of Dr. Garrison now, and then, lastly, let us know if you're a now or later.
Sounds good. Well, I'll flip that over. I'm a now for all the reasons that have been stated. But I guess so some thoughts and questions. So like anytime we come to a big decision like this that's going to have an immediate impact on everybody's lives, I know we all ground ourselves in, so I'll just say that part out loud because I know we're all there and asking the question of like what's best for kids. And there are many answers to that question given the scenario. And so I just want to say I appreciate Dr. Garrison in our one-on-ones, really digging deep into some concerns that I had because I was not necessarily in alignment with what's being presented this evening for a number of reasons. However, I feel really confident about how I'm going to answer the question about what's best for kids in this reconfiguration plan is that there's a lot of data and a lot of strength in building toward where Beloit sustainably is going, where those resources are that we can bring to our children, where we can keep things consistent moving forward for kids and families, I feel is all evident in this plan. So on the whole, at a high level, I'm very supportive of what's been presented this evening, and I don't feel the need to hash through my previous reservations. What I do want to say is that, and I think Dr. Garrison has addressed this also, but I want to bring this up in the conversation and just kind of ask a question a little bit too, is that transitioning plan, the hand-holding and carrying that we're going to need to do for people. Because like you said, I think it was Board Member Schneider was talking about people have to make decisions about their jobs. People have to make decisions about where their kids are going to go to school next year and all these things. So I just want to ask that as we get reports, and I'm sure you were planning on doing it anyway, but as we get reports going forward, that we're hearing from you and administration about the community outreach, the parent outreach, kind of the resources and the transition planning that will proactively be evident and be done so that families and staff and of course our students can transition as seamlessly as possible and have all of their needs and concerns met and addressed. So I'm hoping that that's kind of a regular thing that we're going to hear about for the next several meetings. So that's kind of a requestion. It's a request and it's a question. And then the other piece is, Dr. Garrison and I were talking about, and I really appreciate, in fact, could you flip back on your slides to potential plans for what we could do with McNeil, for example? Sorry to put you on the spot there. I just kind of want to have the slide up so I don't say anything wrong. But what I heard a lot from community members in terms of concerns is, you guys aren't just going to fill those buildings, right? Or what are we going to put back, right, where we're leaving? We know we have to do what we have to do given the constraints that we have, but what are we going to kind of give back to the community with that building space? And I really want to celebrate the work that you've done so far because Board Member Anderson said, you've been here for 5 minutes, November 14th was 5 minutes ago, right? And we put all these things on your plate. So I know there's not a clear, here's a timeline of how this will all work. But I just wanted to ask, are there plans now going forward to partner with groups like the GBEDC and community health as we proceed to make sure that there's input from community stakeholders and other service providers about ways that we can collaborate to use that space to give back to our community?
First of all, naturally, I would like to thank, all of course, everyone who helped, participating and helping me make some of these possibilities come to fruition in the conversations at least. Yes, that is part of the next steps in this conversation. Naturally, once the decision is made, And then, of course, there's a lot of things that has to happen between, of course, closing the school building, and then, of course, having more community sessions around, partnership possibilities or opportunities in which we will even looking at, a referenda, what we could possibly do differently to the building to support our community overall needs. Naturally, when community members come and they, I've heard a lot of different things from community members around. This could be, a community center. It could be in-house living center. It could be, we're just talking specifically about McNeil, I should say. It could be a new opportunity for the city of Beloit to kind of recapture that space in partnership with the school district. And I believe that it'll be very important that we methodically make those types of decisions and not, of course, rush into any partnership, but really have deep conversations around, what do we really want to see this building become, in a partnership with our community will be something that I have to lay out a timeline for. I do not have a timeline for that right now. Naturally, again, we have to get to the point where we make this decision, and then, of course, we get through the school closures, and then naturally, once the building is cleared and cleaned out, that type of thing, then I think it's appropriate to start having additional conversations. But I don't, out of respect for the McNeil family and McNeil students and teachers, I'd rather for the building to be as much as vacated as possible before we start having conversations around what we're going to put in there, out of respect to the community of McNeil.
No, for sure. And I guess I would just, as a 1 of 7 kind of request, I mean, I'm hopeful that in the coming, and again, whatever the timeline is what it is, but I'm hopeful that moving forward, we're going to be able to, whether it's at the board level collaborating, hi baby, you can totally have a snacky, sorry, whether it's at the board level, sorry about that, moving forward with the city council and other community groups, kind of as an advisory group like we did with the referendum. We're visiting family. It's an amazing night. Anyway, right. I'm hoping whether it's at the board level, that we can kind of come together with our other elected leaders in the city and leaders of other groups. Can you just give me a minute? I am so sorry.
But to answer part of your question there, yes, those are all, next steps in the process. And that's a detailed process as well. The capturing what we're going to, repurpose a building to be, it's over time, and that'll go into next school year easily.
So I got Megan down as a now. Now I'll just start, and when she comes back in, we'll ask. She can finish up if she has more. But just more of context again. So as you described, we lost about 1,800 kids over time in our decline in enrollment. For whatever reason, like I said, parents have options. They've chosen to go different places. Again, kind of looking at the structure and the process of how these decisions are being made is if we lost 1,800 people and we have not made any reductions in staff to adjust to the fact that we're serving 1,800 less kids. Like I said, we're an organization of about 850 employees. At different times when we were having this conversation, it was kind of said, well, you're probably somewhere around needing to close at least one building, probably could use 100 people less. So I think some of the other contexts, and along with the referendum question and the reconfiguration question at the same time, you presented the numbers with the buildings. But the other actions that have taken place is all the administrators that were up for contracts this year have 1-year contracts that coincide with all the other administrators. You're working through this process with the teachers, and we have to address their contract issues by the calendar and statute so that all those rights are met. We've already had the hiring freeze. So to the question where some people say, well, your budget is the way it is because you guys just haven't made changes, we can't make all those changes at once. And so we're walking our way through that, and that's where we're at in this conversation tonight. You had those hiring freezes, still waiting on the results of what the referendum will be. And so some of the questions that I have about this is, In some cases, we can put them in 2 buildings. Why not put them all in 1 building right now?
So, thank you for your question, Board Member Levy, Board President Levy. That's a delicate that's a delicate question for me. Naturally, when you think about our school district and its overall needs, I also have to think about what we can actually do and pull off in the time frame in which we are kind of under right now. If we were to put all the students into 1 school building, naturally that'd be 3 middle schools that will be closed, and one of those school buildings being Fruzen Intermediate School as well. That is our newest building to date. It's our newest building, and that building can hold up to over anywhere from 975 students or more. I did not have a plan in place to address that need there. That would have also meant that in a phased approach, which again, this is a conversation that I'm steady having with my cabinet and with myself, of course, based off of declining enrollment, that could be a possibility down the road. Okay, please note that declining enrollment is the reason why we're having this conversation as a school district. So moving them into 2 buildings, let's just say declining enrollment continuously happens. Now we're thinking about having definitely one middle school, and with declining enrollment possibly happen throughout the school district, that could possibly mean that elementary schools could be impacted by this. So 3 buildings could technically look like 5 buildings, all in possibly 1 year. And so, because I still want to make sure that we occupy that space and that it's still our newest overall structure here in our school district. And again, part of my job as the school district superintendent is to look at valuable assets, not only not valuable assets, but assets that we currently have and the best purposes for those assets. And so I would not want to leave a vacant Fruzen Intermediate School open, not knowing where our current enrollment could possibly be in our elementary schools, because that means I could possibly have to close elementary schools and move those students into Fruzen Intermediate School. And then one could argue, would that building be necessarily right for an elementary school? That's a bathroom and outside playground conversation that we would have to capture in another future referenda to repurpose that building to fit a much larger elementary building. And so the reasons why I'm not recommending 1 intermediate school right now is because my goal is that we will plateau. I do believe we moved numbers back to the elementary school, so that did give us a little more filling in our elementary buildings. When I say filling, more students to the elementary building. And so I'm not at the place right now where I would say we need to close elementary buildings. And so until that possibility gets here, then in a phased approach, that's the reason why I'm making a recommendation that we move to 2.
Okay. So then a second thing, just like a cultural Beloit issue, sometimes east side, west side. As I was a student who went to elementary school on the west side, then we moved to the east side, but I continued to ride the bus to the west side because my parents were satisfied with the education that I was receiving, and then did middle school in my home space on the east side. So I understand that aspect that happens too. But as you have been to Beloit, kind of what is your thought about that, that cultural thing that's in place of, well, what's going to happen to the west side? Why are we not having schools there equally as the east side?
So my thoughts went back to once we repurpose of the decision that's made tonight, with the repurposing of Beloit Learning Academy moving to the west side, now we have our high schools on the west side and our middle schools on the east side. And then, of course, if we had declining enrollment, there's definite conversation that could possibly happen with our BLA students, possibly even moving back into our high school. And then now you have Cunningham Intermediate School, could possibly be an elementary school based off of declining enrollment. And so to capture my full thought of the conversations around declining enrollment, one has to understand that this is a process, and that this is possibly phase 1 in this process until we reach a plateau of overall students. The rationale is very clear. Student enrollment student enrollment drives a lot of decisions. As a superintendent, that's what we look at, especially those 4K numbers. And so naturally, one could argue, even next year, what I'm gonna be watching, 4K numbers. I showed that information in a previous board member, and of course in all of my community sessions, that 4K is a very important number because you can kind of grow from there. Or you can kind of see what you will have in each grade level moving forward. And so to piggyback on your thought of trying to honoring the east and west side, my thoughts would be right now, high schools could be on the west side of town, middle schools could be on the east side of town. However, if we continuously have declining enrollment, the middle school could still be on the east side of town, the high school could still be on the west side of town. And so to me, it's still honoring that thought, but with a little shift in the overall mindset of kind of what we're used to here in our school district.
New paradigm for our new situation.
Correct.
Okay. So then the aspect of the jobs and the teachers and the leaders, as people are moving from buildings, what is happening with teachers and leaders?
So teachers' decision, again, we won't be able to necessarily address until this decision is made, and then we, of course, go back and start looking at sections, and how many sections we'll need will oftentimes drive how many teachers we need. Now, oftentimes, it should drive how many teachers we have, in this case, the middle schools. So that's the teacher conversation. For administrators, actually, they still have one-year contracts, and so those will be conversations that I will have with our principals, starting as early as tomorrow if this decision is made tonight. One of the things that one could argue is, okay, well, we have, in this case, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Thank you, 6 administrators that will be displaced somehow. But we still have a needs. We still we will have still needs here in our school districts for them. The principals will be put on possibly special assignment here in the district. Based off of the needs of our district, I can definitely then determine what that special assignment will look like. For the assistant principals, naturally, with the 2 schools shifting to the east side, I would want to kind of honor some form of that connection to the new buildings for those administrators. But also there's other needs in our school district that I have to kind of look at as well. Ms. Mortek?
I just want to clarify, because it's actually 5 FTE. We have 1 vacant assistant principal at McNeil, so that would be 5.
Thank you.
All right. And then any thought to, again, kind of coming back to, and this is something that you'll decide where you place those teachers at on special assignment, but again, administrators and teachers and even other service providers, there's recommended models, and then there's like what we might experience as our needs. So how we staff is, how we choose to staff, but also the administrative support in the buildings to be able to have administrators to address the behavior issues that may come up as teachers are writing referrals, and we're continuing to implement the social emotional curriculum and restorative justice practices. That's just a thought. I am fine with moving forward tonight because, like I said, we already kind of knew it was going to be 2 buildings. That's what the math dictates. Did not know what side they would be on, but knowing that the occupancy of the 2 east side buildings is what it is. This is a different time for us in Beloit as we're looking at the decline in enrollment. Something that in other presentations you've shown us is projected to continue. So, where we end up, we are going to be different going forward than we have been. And like I said, I understand your phased approach to continuing to have 2 schools now before we slide down to 1, if that's necessary. But that is something that is possibly necessary. So I'm fine with moving forward tonight. Other board members, do you have any other questions before we make a move here? So I'll give you one more opportunity before we move forward.
Do you mind if I just jump in really quick? I just want to apologize.
We saved the space for you.
To keep it professional here, but I apologize for the lapse in that. So we're counting 4 Kers. You found 1 tonight. All right. I just really my final thought that I was going to get to was really kind of in line with what you were just saying about the enrollment and where are we going to plateau. I think one piece that I'd like to look at closely, and this isn't like a serious or not, let's say it's very serious. It's not just like my idea, but I'm just going to bring it up as one person's perspective. Cool. Thanks, Dave. Is housing. We have a huge population of renters in Beloit, and there's an extremely low, I'll just say it's like a crisis level shortage of affordable housing in our city limits right now. And I know, I mean, I can anecdotally do how many school-age children we've lost, like just because, like just in my own neighborhood, who can no longer rent property in the school district of Beloit and have to move like hours away. So I understand that's not like a high priority, you know, we're our our primary purpose is like academics, right? But it's like we have to look at ourselves like collectively and how do we fit into the full community. And so I guess I'm just feeling really hopeful that the conversation that we have going forward is going to be with the city and other stakeholders about like, can we use building space for housing, or like how can we be in partnership with our community and helping resolve that crisis and our child care crisis, lack of affordable quality child care, like the number of students in our district or just children in our county that end up in the foster care system because there's a lack of affordable quality child care is stunning. So I just think that, like, you know, we have this like it takes a village mindset, and I'm hopeful that we are looking. I wasn't going to go there, but since Board President Levy went there, I think it's really going to hurt there's going to be a perception, and I appreciate like we're moving forward with the new paradigm, but right now it's going to sting to lose. It's going to feel like a divestment from the west side of Beloit. And it's not something that I personally really like. I see what you're presenting here, and I see the rationale to move forward with it, but it's going to hurt. And so I think we need to make an extraordinary effort, both as a district and as a partner with other community entities, to do the best we can to like really take on some of these issues that are hurting our district that are outside of the academics. So I don't know. I understand that's where we're moving. I'm hopeful, like I said, just to kind of summarize that we can take a look at the city and like entities like Community Health, Boys and Girls Club, you know, Community Action, like all these different groups and stakeholders to kind of collectively get together and say, like, what can we really do for youth in our community? Because what hurts our kids outside of school hurts our kids inside of school.
Okay.
Well, you know, I don't disagree that, of course, there's going to be, you know, natural, you know, emotions in this conversation, especially when, you know, you're used to something that's been in place for, you know, quite some time. And I want to make sure that I don't want people to think that, you know, this decision was, you know, solely based on me thinking that I was going to be taking something away from the west side versus, you know, the numbers supporting 260 in each building, and we can't have 4 buildings with 260 students in them. And of course, naturally, one could argue we would be having this conversation if we were going to be moving them into 1 building. That was my recommendation. And that 1 building would have been, again, our largest building because of the numbers, moving them into Aldridge. And so, again, because of the numbers, you know, a lot of my decision-making conversations here did focus heavily around the data and thinking about kind of our data in the school district. And again, it was not to, by any way, make anyone feel as if I was, you know, taking something away from the west side. That was not my goal at all in this conversation. But I do understand that that's a natural thought, kind of where we are in the school district. Like I said, but decisions do have to be made. And that these are my recommendations at the current time.
All right, so we are in consensus to move forward tonight. Is there someone to make the motion? Oh, just a minute. I do have the BLA conversation. So BLA at that site, Wright School, is just going to be empty, is the plan right now?
Correct. That's the plan right now. Naturally, just like with the McNeil conversations with the community could happen also with the Beloit Learning Academy conversation. community members could want to come in and do some, heavy, I hate to say updates to the building based off of the purpose that, the community would like to see. But I can't make any of those promises right now, knowing that, the condition of the building someone would have to definitely come in and take a look at and see if that fits their needs moving forward.
Okay. All right, is there someone to make the motion?
I move to approve the reconfiguration as just presented by Dr. Garrison, that the 4th and 5th graders will return or remain in the elementary schools. Fruzen and Aldrich will serve all 6th to 8th graders. The Beloit Learning Academy will move to Cunningham, and the building that Beloit Learning Academy, better known by Wright School, will be closed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Is there any discussion?
No worries. Dr. Garrison, are you okay with the Wright building being closed as a part of the motion language? I know we have been talking about repurposing and not wanting to make decisions right now. So are you comfortable with the current language?
So I would probably like to change close to be, I want to say repurposed as well, because I don't know if that's a possibility based off of the condition of the building someone may have to come in and look at. I guess.
Or even just remove the ending about what is happening to BLA, if that's okay?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm willing to remove that last piece on Wright School, so I'll delete that.
So I just want to make sure we're.
Do you want to read what's written, or how do you want to offer that?
Okay, I'll reread it as amended. I move to approve the reconfiguration as just presented by Dr. Garrison, that the 4th and 5th grades will return or remain in the elementary schools. Fruzen and Aldrich will serve all 6th to 8th graders, and Beloit Learning Academy will move to Cunningham.
All right. Spencer, you going to second that again?
Second.
Okay. So it's been moved. We had the discussion. So it's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Spencer Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Shope, can we have a roll call vote? Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Board President Levy. I just
Discussion,
had a
Megan
clarifying
Miller.
question because I know I
Go for
said
it.
a lot of stuff and then there was some disruption, so I may have missed your answer. But so going forward, that transition plan, because this is we're moving forward. It's a new paradigm. They're going to be announced, reported on transition hearings, opportunities, especially for parents and families on the west side who may have additional concerns and they may need help with the transition, and then discussions about what we're going to kind of what that future is going to look like for our west side folks.
Point of order. So the question, very valid, but that's not pertaining to the motion that's on the floor. So if we could handle the motion and then have that
my
conversation, that would be perfect.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any more discussion? All right. Mr. Shope, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Megan Miller.
Aye.
Greg Schneider.
Aye.
Spencer Anderson.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Jawan Winfield.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Dr. Garrison, you want to address what Board Member Miller was saying and that transportation piece also?
Sure. Yes, Mrs. Miller, Board Member Miller, we will have in my superintendent's updates opportunities to discuss transition plans for our students or ideas that will come from these conversations here tonight. Additionally, with the transportation conversation as presented in the presentation, naturally, we're still working through our transportation conversations. They need a little more time. Naturally, this was the thoughts around this was brought around the possibilities. But now that we're in this conversation, they will need a little more time to make the adjustments and have the appropriate time frames provided. Hopefully we will have more details around transportation, like again here and throughout April and May. But again, that's the timeline for transportation conversations. Regardless, I know we'll be well prepared to have the conversations on how our students will be getting back and forth to school, because attendance is something that I want to address upon my arrival.
No, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to make sure folks know that there's like that voice going forward, and there'll be that reciprocity of communication, I guess.
Okay. We're down to 6B, vaping lawsuit settlement with Juul Labs.
Yeah, good evening. We discussed this during the Finance Committee a few hours ago. There is a proposed settlement before the school district to accept or to consider from Juul Labs as part of our national vaping lawsuit that the district entered into back in the early 22, I think, maybe late 21 timeframe. The settlement provides for a gross amount to the school district of Beloit, $105,994.59. That's a gross amount. Attorney fees, court costs will be netted from that, probably in the 25 to 30% range. I'm anticipating that the school district of Beloit, over the course of the payout period, should receive around $70,000 to $75,000 is my expectation. Within 45 days of the court approval of the settlement, the school district would receive 54% of the proceeds, and then about 11% of the proceeds will be paid on December 15th over the next 4 school years. So it's our recommendation that we would accept this settlement offer and communicate that to our attorney, Lori Lubinsky. They need a response by Friday of this week, April 7th, so that we can preserve our space, I guess, so to speak, with the national lawsuit.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nope.
I moved.
You
I
got
move to accept the settlement against Juul Labs, Inc.
I'll second.
Gotcha. Motion by Board Member A. Levy, seconded by Board Member Megan Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Yep, the motion passes unanimously. All right. Facility condition report needs an assessment.
Yeah, I've got Luke Boots here who will speak to this as I try to locate the presentation one more time.
While he pulls that up, I'd just like to kind of preface this conversation around, naturally we have to have a long-range facilities plan conversation. This was something that we have been talking about, again, here in the school district. This long-range facilities plan helps align us to some of the greater needs in our school district across, of course, all of our schools. Naturally, one could argue we have, 14, let's just say 14 or more buildings, but from a reconfiguration, from a long-range facilities plan conversation, this is a much needed plan so that we can better address all of our needs over time. This is, again, one of those steps in the process. This was, again, something that we've been talking about prior to me coming to the school district of Beloit. I hope that, again, in Mr. Butt's conversation with the long-range facilities plan, master plan, you will have a clear picture of kind of what we are presenting today. Mr. Butts.
Thanks, Dr. Garrison. I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible with presenting this earlier to the committee, but also knowing that everyone from the board wasn't here. So we will have opportunity for questions at the end. This is regarding our long-range facilities master planning. We always, and our team always with the district, is making sure, even from a facilities perspective, of course, that we're aligning with our mission, vision, and strategic plan. Some of our goals are making sure that we're creating modern and equitable learning environments, but we're also making sure that as we're designing things, they're flexible for the future. We are always striving to use district resources responsibly, and we would always want to execute things with the highest standards of quality. Our process and where we're at in the process now is we're coming forth, you'll see in later slides, with our recommendation for an architecture firm. We do need to begin the facility study and needs assessment as soon as possible. Part of it is a educational adequacy assessment that needs to be done while students are still in the building. Another big step of this is engaging in an RFP with a construction manager. We need to determine the district's priorities and engage our community throughout the entire process. That's probably one of the most important things that we need to do throughout all of this. Eventually leading to a long-range plan, and then also determining funding and a possible future referendum. To speak a little bit about our process, we distributed an RFQ to 5 firms. We received 4 responses. We created a diverse interview panel that included administrators, Dr. Garrison, principals, many different stakeholders throughout the district. We started with an RFQ with 3 firms, and then we narrowed to 2 firms after additional interview process. Ultimately, we landed on an architect recommendation of Epstein-Uhen Architects. You can see some of the bullet points here of why we landed there. I think the most important piece and something we really stressed on is innovative learning environments for our students, and their continual focus on community engagement is really what drew us in when we were having these interviews. This is breaking down the actual fees related to Epstein-Uhen Architects a little bit further. It's a $150,000 fee that we are asking the board to approve for the facilities condition report and needs assessment. Some of the important things related to this are the educational adequacy assessment that I just mentioned earlier, which is why we are trying to expedite this process so we can have some observations done while this school year is still taking place. Safety and security assessment is part of this. Facilitate the development of a long-range plan that I already mentioned, and just continually mentioning how important it is to engage our community, which is really where EUA shined. Ultimately, we are hoping to have the delivery after approved of all of this work on September 1st, 2023. So that was the pre-referendum side. This is the post-referendum design fee scale. You can see as it's broke down here as far as different project size. Something important to mention throughout this is that this does not encompass the fees of the total referendum or possible referendum, I should say, but it is broken down on a project-by-project basis in regards to EUA's fee structure. This is not the original submittal that we received from EUA. We did go through additional negotiation and had many of these reduced by 1/4 to 0.5%. So our next steps, this was from the Facilities Committee presentation, and this has been expedited, so this has already been approved by the Facilities Committee. Our next steps would be to take the proper steps of what we need to do to have board approve this. We would engage EUA immediately or as soon as possible to begin collecting data throughout our schools. We would be distributing an RFP for a construction manager, which is a large portion of the budgetary process of all of this. They would be assisting us with taking the architect information and our priorities as a district as we work through our processes to put budgets together. And then we would also work with the Facilities Committee and the board, of course, to evaluate needs and make recommendations for future priorities based on the information that we receive. All right, for some reason, I'm not able to advance slides. I believe the only last slide was questions. So is there any questions that any of the board or anyone has for me at this time?
Board members? Okay.
So let me just scroll up. The pre-referendum fees and service, I'm looking at $150,000 for a condition report and needs assessment. Is that, I guess the pre-referendum is throwing me off. If we approve this evening, that is the charge?
Correct. And that is the charge to complete the facility condition report and needs assessment, and then also support us all the way to pre-referendum. So based on everything that's collected, they support us with communication, engagement, a full delivery of a report up until the referendum, or perceived referendum, if that's what the district chooses.
And then how long is that study good for? So if they come in and they assess all of our physical assets and say, these are the updates and upgrades that need to be made, is that good for a year, 3 years? What is the time frame on the shelf life of that reporting?
Well, the study is just based on industry standards at this time. So just as I mentioned earlier, as educational needs are evolving, why we would design for flexibility in the future, it's going to be a stamp in time of when the needs assessment was done now. And then it's also going to include priorities or what we prioritize as a district based on the information that we receive, if that answers your question.
So I think just one final thing, and then I think I'll have it. So let me just make this super basic. Let's say that they do this in-depth report and they say you need to fix 5 things. Even if the cost of fixing those 5 things change, let's say that we get the report now and then 2 years from now we're ready to move on this. We know which 5 things need to be addressed.
Yes.
Would our internal staff be able to cost out the current rate for those 5 things? Or would we have to go back to this company to get an updated report on cost?
We would always use a consultant, or I would recommend that we would always use a consultant to update the cost later if need be. And a lot of what we are going to find is that the budgetary portion of this, or the services provided by a construction manager that we would bring in to assist with this, is typically going to be little to no cost for the upfront work. Where they're also making their money is on the backside of actually doing the work. Exactly. So we strive to have a good relationship not only with our architect but our construction manager. They strive to provide us with the service needed from a budgetary standpoint, knowing that we've selected them to actually execute the work once we decide to go down that road.
So in conclusion, is the report good for a year? Is it longer than that? What's the shelf life of the report once we receive it?
You're talking specifically about budgetary numbers.
Yeah.
So the report or budgetary estimates, that is good for, they will give us estimates based on a long-range plan. Things that they recommend that we complete now would have a estimate of what current costs are. In a long-range plan, we may also develop that year 8 we want to do this work, which typically they're going to include inflationary costs to that time. So if we do not complete the work that they recommend on year 1 as our highest level needs, then we are going to need to add inflationary costs if we don't complete them for 3 years.
Okay, and then last thing, I see that the delivery date is September 1st of this year. How long, and the priority things would be immediate, but for the things that we want to plan into the future, what is the lifespan of this report? You just said 8 years, but was that a thrown out number? Was that an actual number? How far out in advance are we projecting for this needs assessment?
So that's at the district's discretion. Typically, a long-range plan is anywhere between 10 and 20 years. So I would say an average of 15 years. That all depends on how we want to look at our capital budgeting and the things that we want to do moving forward, results of referendum, possible referendum. I would say 10 years is standard for 10 to 15 years for a long-range plan.
And no matter what the years are, that initial cost is still the $150,000?
For the initial report, correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Board members, any other questions? All right, so just a recap, the $150,000 for the report produces for us what our current facility needs are, which is an important tool for us to plan for capital referendum, to be able to understand what our buildings are, the conditions, and how we might set a question. So this is a tool that we need to be able to most comprehensively plan for a capital referendum, which is something that we don't have right now. Again, with the work, as we work with this company for the facility, of course, there's no promise of the work on the other end, but of course they would hope to do that work. But what is, kind of speak to that part of producing the study and then the work part on the other end?
Yeah, so you're exactly right, Board Member Levy. This would be set up, and we would make sure that the contract of this is set up so that we would have this initial $150,000 agreement to produce this deliverable and give us all the information needed so that we could decide as a district what we want to do, whether that was referendum, completing work within our annual capital budget. There is no precursor that through this approval that we must work with them based on these fees. The hope is that we are happy with their service and what they're doing for us here, and that we would continue that relationship, and once the board would approve that as we went to referendum or whatever moving forward, this would be the fee structure that's locked in place for that work. Fees are not gonna obviously get cheaper as time goes on.
Right. And then after this is completed, is there some update to like the 10-year facility process that we have in place?
This will, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, this will be our 10-year facility process. So what we will do is we have a current 10-year capital plan, which has been somewhat put on hold based on referendum results tonight, funding, priorities, changes in leadership in the district and whatnot. This will essentially become our 10-year capital plan. So we will engage the board, our committees, our facility staff, our consultants, and this will become the plan is that this will become our capital improvement plan.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions from board members? All right. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the engaging with the consultant with EUA as presented tonight.
Second?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Brian Anderson and seconded by Board Member Jawan Winfield. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, motion passes unanimously. Budget update.
Is it the board's desire for me to share that with you this evening? Or would you prefer to defer that as I'm
Yes.
trying to?
Plus one, I'm one, but there's many purple spaces there that we need to talk about, so.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back here.
There's no closed
Stop
session.
presenting, there we go. All right.
What'd you say? Man, come on.
While Mr. Chatty is pulling that up, I'd just like to kind of preface this conversation as well. Naturally, when we talk about our budget updates, of course, we've been having these conversations again in both the committee level and naturally now, of course, at the board level. Some of this information will definitely sound a little bit repetitive to the board members that were here, but I think it's, again, very important that, as board member Levy mentioned, that we'll at least give it the space for the conversation tonight. Our budget is tied to a lot of different things, a lot of different actions that we need to kind of look at. Again, from reconfigurations to referendum conversations to even kind of where we are right now. From a budgetary perspective, is something that we'll continuously have, as I stated in the finance meeting this afternoon.
All right, apologies for the delay in getting this up, but Mr. Duff has put this together for us, kind of continuing with what the board has seen in prior months, not wanting to execute a change along those lines quite yet. So some of the major decision factors that have occurred, we can talk about here in April. You can see in the employee benefit costs, we are anticipating an $850,000 savings there as a result of some assumed health benefit plan design changes. We're still waiting for some final values on what the premium amounts will be, but it does appear to be a fairly significant savings, and that amount will likely change marginally going forward. Under the employee compensation adjustment, you can see a reflection there of an increase of $600,000. That's the amount that the district is currently utilizing for an assumption on employee wage increases, salary and wages for the 23-24 school year. And then finally, below that, for the expenses is the ESSER and GEAR funding expenses, a decision point. And Mr. Duff has a notation there that that'll be impacted by this evening's referendum questions and results. So we'll deal with that once those decisions are known also. Under the revenue side of the house, also impacted by tonight's referendum question, is the estimate of the amount of the ESSER funding that'll be used to offset expenses. Mr. Duff and I will be working through that here later this week and next week, I'm sure. And then finally, you can see there is a 8 FTE reduction in staffing, obviously. That reflects current year actions to freeze or cut positions. So lots of little moving changes, more certainly to come, but that's kind of the highlights for what we have to present with you so far. Any questions that I can try to address there?
Okay. Any questions, board members? All right.
Just one. Once you have some time to incorporate the referendum decision, will we have an update to this at the next meeting, or will you need more time to kind of numbers and?
Yeah, we'll certainly have an update. Our intention is to maintain this tracking report throughout the course of this budgetary process, so really until probably October, November. So we will have updates based upon the election results for this evening come next month. Yep.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, well, thank you. And we're now on to 7A, future board meeting dates. Our policy committee meeting will be Wednesday, April 5th at 5:30 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, Tuesday, April 18th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource Meeting, Tuesday, April 18th at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting, Tuesday, April 18th at 7 p.m. We have to have an organizational meeting, which will be determined. Mr. Shope, what is that when we seat the new board members and we vote on offices and positions? And the new board members, those are elected tonight, will come on when? Is that the 25th? Is their first
They're
meeting?
seated the first Monday. I'm sorry. They are seated the fourth Monday in April.
So their first meeting will be the second Tuesday in May.
So their first meeting will be the second Tuesday in May. Okay, all right. Just trying to, our governance meeting is Tuesday, April 25th. So we will work to get that organizational meeting set up. And we anticipate also, we have some work with our board consultant and superintendent evaluation, things that'll have to get worked into some other meeting dates. That may be in April or May. All right. We are now on to 8A, adjournment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Board Member A. Levy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Spencer Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned.